feel alright.
Good morning, everyone. Yes. I'd like us to start this event in earnest. I'd like to welcome us all to this all-important conference, the 37th Annual International Conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, holding right here in National Root Crop Research Institute, Omodike. So I would like us to turn to our left or to the right and shake the person by your side, smile at the person, and welcome the person. Make sure the person that is shaking your hands is smiling. Yes. You can take a clue from what is happening here between I and Andrillo. Yes. That's a warm way of saying you are welcome. This year's event is running on a theme, Innovative Biotechnology for National Growth, Pathways to Food Security, Health and Environmental Sustainability. It promises to be so enriching, and I want you to prepare yourself for today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we want to quickly recognize the dignitaries that will sit at this high table to pilot today's opening ceremony. And you will help me welcome to the high table the chairman of today's event. Please help me make welcome Professor J.C. Ogbonna, representing Professor Jerry O. Ugwanyi, the Vice Chancellor of State University of Applied Medical Sciences, Enugu State. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than this. Can we give him a round of applause? Prof, you are welcome. Yes, I also want to announce that the University, Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike, is a co-host of this all-important conference. And we would like to also recognize the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor M.O. Iwe, the VC of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike. I know she's on her way. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, can you help me make welcome the chief host of this all-important conference? I'm talking about the Executive Director of National Root Crop Research Institute, Professor Chiedozie Ngozi Egesi, FBSN, FASN. Prof, you're highly welcome. Welcome, sir. We also want to welcome to the high table the President of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, in the person of Professor Sylvia Ozochukwu. Please, can we welcome Professor Sylvia Ozochukwu? Please keep clapping until she takes her seat. Also want to make welcome to the high table the representative of the AATF, the country coordinator of Stellar Program, and the national coordinator. I'm talking about Professor Yarima Ndarapaya. Please, can we celebrate Professor Yarima Ndarapaya? We also want to welcome all the BOT members of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. Yes, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Professor Anthony Oko to the high table. Professor Anthony Oko, I know he's here. Please, can we keep clapping for our BOT representative? Yes. We also want to make welcome to the high table our keynote speaker, talking about Professor Nwadioto Esiobo. Please, can we welcome our keynote speaker? Ladies, I thought you would have clapped better. Celebrating your own. Great. Yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to crave our indulgence to please rise on your feet as we take the national anthem. Can we rise? Take the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. May we be seated. I would like to call on Dr. Mrs. Aniedu to give us the opening prayer. Oh, yeah.
Let us pray. In Jesus' name, Almighty God, our Father, we worship you, we adore you. You are the beginning and the end. The Alpha and Omega is your name. You are the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Father, we worship you. We say, may all honor and glory be ascribed unto your holy name in the name of Jesus. Father, we thank you for your grace in bringing us safely into this day. Thank you for traveling mercies you granted our brethren who come from far and wide to this place. Thank you for the wisdom you have given mankind to be able to do things through science and particularly through biotechnology. Father, we call upon you to be with us as we go through this opening ceremony and throughout the event. Father, we pray that your Holy Spirit will take absolute control of everything and grant that at the end, all honor and glory shall be yours forevermore. We pray in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Ma, for that prayer. I know God is already here. That prayer came from a prayer warrior. Please, let's put our hands together for her. We still have some dignitaries who would like to invite to the high table. We have the representative of the Director General, CEO of the National Biotechnology Research Development Agency, Professor A. Mustafa, ably represented by the Director, Environmental Biotech, Dr. Oladele Olusegun. Please, let's put our hands together for him as we welcome him to the high table. We will also like that Dr. Rajana be also join them on the high table. Dr. Rajana is representing IITA Ibadan. Please, let's put our hands together for her. What is Also, we would like to invite the LOC chair, Dr. Joseph Onyeka, to also join them on the high table. I'm sure he's running around somewhere. Yes, thank you. While we're waiting for the kola, it is also important that we recognize the executive members of the society, that's the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. I would like us to make welcome Professor Charles Adetunji, the Vice President of the Society. Please wave to the crowd, yes. Thank you. We will also want us to recognize, and he waves to the crowd, the business manager of the society, Jude Ifenuku. Also, the editor-in-chief of the journal, the Nigerian Journal of Biotechnology, Professor Obembe, my very good friend. While we get more names, we'll still call them later for recognition.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'll have the chief host of this annual conference, the Executive Director and CEO of National Root Crop Research Institute, present the kola to his guest as a sign of welcome. Yes.
All right. So I am calling on Dr. Damian Njoku as the closest Mwadiala that I can cite to come forward and help me present the kola nut. This is going to be a tricky one for you. Ojiana ani Igbo one, ane chorokwara nwanyi oji. I cannot say more than that in English. And I want you to come and do justice to this on behalf of the Institute, the kola nut to Professor. Okay. I didn't see him. Where is it? Okay, so so you get your when you get your Prof Nomnake, I think he's the closest person. Prof.
You know, in Igbo land, please, I'm recognizing all the people from Abia State. Eventually, I'm from Imo, but I'm standing in here because this is an institution, so I'm representing from what my ED said. I'm standing for the institute. We know that Abia is supposed to present it, but please, let's move on. Abia people, you are recognized. Please, in Igbo land, scholar does not hear English, so I will use Igbo to present it. I hope you bear with me. Oji anyị abịala. Anyị ga ndị bịara n'ụlọ anyị. Oji abịala. Ndị nwoke ndị a na-esi ọjị, ndị nwaanyị na-eweli unu ga-esokwa ya taa. Anyị na-asị Chineke kere ụwa kee ihe niile nọ n'ime ya, kee anyị niile wụ ndị mmadụ, kee Nigeria, kee Abia steeti, bịa kepụta institushọn anyị. Anyị na-asị gị na gozere anyị ọjị a anyị na-enye ndị ọbịa anyị. Goziere anyị, wepụ adịghị ụcha nọ n'ọjị a, ka anyị tara ya tara ndụ, tara ahụ isi ike, tara ihe ọbụla dị mma. Ka ihe anyị bịara taa wụ conference, ka ọ bụrụ ihe a ga-eme mee ya nke ọma. Mgbe ndị anyị ga-ala, ka ha lakwa nke ọma. Ihe ndị anyị ha bụ n'obi, and anyị na-arịọ n'aha gị bụ Nna na ke Nwa na ke Mmụọ Nsọ. Amen.
Please, let's make sure the kola goes round to all the dignitaries, please. You have to observe the culture very, very well. Yeah. It's a very serious one. We must observe it. If not, we'll be held liable. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are passing the kola nuts around. We want to quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Gloria G.A. Zago, the Treasurer of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. Please, can we celebrate? Good. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have Professor Abubakar Gidado, the Financial Secretary, is here. We have Professor Yunasu Yusuf Pai, the Assistant Secretary General of BSN. We also have in our midst Professor Jude Mbanaso, the Director, Muayu Limited, is here in our midst. Can we celebrate Professor Jude? Prof, you're welcome, sir. Yes, Professor Akinola Rashid Poplar is also in our midst, the former editor-in-chief of BSN. Let's celebrate Prof. You're welcome, sir. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we want to make welcome the LOC chairman of this all-important conference for his welcome address, Dr. Joseph Onyeka. Please clap for Dr. Joseph Onyeka. Yes, thank you so much. It's not easy to organize such an international conference.
Thank you, Mr. MC. The Executive Governor of Abia State, His Excellency, Governor Alex Oti, all the representatives of the ministers in this gathering, the Vice Chancellor of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike, Professor Madubisi Ofoiwe, the Executive Director of National Crop Research Institute, Umudike, Professor Chideze Gesi, all the Executive Directors, Director Generals, VCs, and CEOs of MDAs present in this gathering, the Chairman and members of the Board of Trustees of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, BSN, our National President, for the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, Professor Sylvia Uzochukwu. Our keynote speakers, our lead speakers at this great conference, all our special guests, esteemed members of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that, and a deep sense of responsibility, that I welcome you all to this year's International Conference of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, BSN, which we have tagged Umudike 2025. This conference, as you all know, is jointly hosted by the National Root Crop Research Institute, where we are presently, and our neighboring institute, Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, the two centers of excellence in agriculture research, development, and knowledge development sharing. On behalf of members of Umudike 2025 Local Organizing Committee, who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a reality, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made the journey from across the country and beyond to be part of this important gathering. You have actually labored. Some people arrived 12 midnight last night. You are all welcome. Your presence here today is a strong testimony to our shared commitment to the advancement of biotechnology and its application to national development. As we all know, the International Conference of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria has always provided a platform for researchers, academic, industry players, policymakers, students, and biotechnology enthusiasts to converge and exchange ideas, present innovations, and chart new course for the future of biotechnology in Nigeria. The theme of this year's conference, Innovative Biotechnology for National Growth, Pathway to Food Security, Health and Environmental Sustainability, adequately aligns with the national and global effort to harness biotechnology for sustainable development, food security, health care innovation, and environmental stewardship. As the local organizing committee, we have worked diligently to ensure a smooth, impactful, and memorable experience for all participants. From the plenary section to the breakout technical sections, exhibition of recent innovations, as you will see, and networking events, we hope that you will find value in every aspect of this conference. We sincerely appreciate the CEOs of the two host institutions, Professor Madubisi Iwe, the Vice Chancellor of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, and our own Digital Executive Director of the National Root Crop Research Institute, Professor Chiedeze Egesi, for their exceptional support, which made this gathering a reality. We acknowledge and appreciate all our sponsors, partners, and the neck of BSN for their support all the way. I must also commend my colleagues on the LOC for their dedication, resilience, and teamwork in putting this event together. As we proceed with the conference, I encourage you all to actively engage, share knowledge, build new collaborations, and contribute meaningfully to the discussions that will shape the future of biotechnology in Nigeria. Once again, on behalf of the LOC, I welcome you to Umudike, and I wish us all a successful and productive conference. Thank you, and God bless you all.
I don't think that clap is for Dr. Joseph. You will all agree with me that the chair and his team members have done a good job. If they have done a good job, can we put a round of applause for a bigger one? Thank you, LOC Chair, for that. So the next, we will call on the president of the society, Professor Sylvia Uzochukwu, for her address. Please, let's keep clapping while she comes up. Let's continue to clap. It's our president.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, our Chief Host, the Governor of Abia State, Governor Alex Oti, the Minister of Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Naji, all ministers present, our host, Vice Chancellor of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike, Professor Madre BBC Iwe, and the Executive Director of the National Root Crop Research Institute, Professor Chiedozie Egesi, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, former Vice Chancellor of Nigeria's Open University, former VC of Taraba State University, Professor Vincent Ado Tenebe, all Vice Chancellors present, our partners in biotechnology advocacy, Director General of National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency, ably represented, Professor Abdullahi Mustafa, our partner in biotechnology regulation, Director General of National Biosafety Management Agency, Dr. Agnes Yemisi Asagba, ably represented, all EGs and DGs present, Your Excellencies present, my lords, spiritual and temporal, all special invitees, distinguished professors and scholars, all members of PSN, ladies and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our hardworking students, erudite, hardworking Nigerian students, are you here? Articulate Nigerian students, are you here? Meticulous Nigerian students. Okay, greatest Bobo. Greatest Baba. Greatest Bodo. Now I know you're here. I'm most delighted to welcome you all to the 37th Annual International Conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. I want to thank in a special way the best performing governor of Nigeria, His Excellency, Governor Alex Oti. He's our chief host. You may not see him, but he's here in spirit. And we thank God for his presence. We wanted to give him an award, but you know him. He doesn't want an award. He doesn't want any special recognition. But we want to thank him for all he has done in the state. Many see him that he has resurrected the architecture, physical infrastructure of the state. We see all that. In addition, we have noted his attitude to education, free and compulsory education. It's not enough to give free education. It must be compulsory. It must be enforced for us to move forward. He has trained thousands of teachers, new and old teachers. He has increased their retirement age so that they can give more service in the field. And he has rejigged our hospitals to attract brains that have fled, that have jackpot out of Nigeria. Security, which he has sworn to provide for Abians, has made it possible for all of us to be here today without being afraid for our lives. We salute his service to humanity. We thank you, Mr. Governor, and we say that this land on which we stand will forever engrave your name in gold. I thank my brothers, the Vice Chancellor of Michael Okpara University, Professor Iwe, and the ED of National Roots Crop Research Institute, Professor Egesi, for their magnanimity in accepting to host this conference. Despite all the hardship in the country, no money, they still did something. We approached them personally, and both of them honored us by accepting. And they didn't just accept, they have given it their all. Your support has been tremendous, ED and VC, and we pray that God will continue to honor both of you in all ramifications of your lives. The Biotechnology Society of Nigeria is an umbrella society for all scientists interested in biotechnology. Biotechnology is a technology that uses biological systems, living organisms, or their parts to develop or create different products and services. The society is thus a conglomerate of primary professional societies who have interest in the manipulation of the molecules of life, the nucleic acids, DNA, and RNA. In BSN, we are advocates for the safe deployment of biotechnology to achieve superior healthcare, sustainable food security, and a safe environment. In healthcare, for instance, the world benefited from the messenger RNA vaccines that largely brought COVID-19 to an end. Great strides are being made in sickle cell research using biotech tools such that we are very close to having affordable cure for this and other diseases lodged in the DNA of man, such as hepatitis B and HIV/AIDS. Modern biotechnology has revolutionized healthcare with procedures such as gene therapy becoming more and more routine in health care for the cure of genetic diseases. In agriculture, Nigerian beans will soon no longer be rejected in international trade because of high pesticide residues and high levels of cancer-causing fungal toxins. This is because Nigerian scientists have developed the insect-resistant beans called BT cowpea, which requires little or no insecticide sprays to do well in the field. This is also the case for the new Teller maize, also developed by biotechnology to require minimal insecticidal sprays and therefore yield more corn and require less labor to grow. It is also resistant to drought. These are just examples we have here in Nigeria. Internationally, it is much more. There are crops that have been modified not only to feed us, but sometimes to also prevent and cure diseases. The environment is becoming safer due to biotechnology. Development of pest-resistant crops using biotechnology tools has taken millions of tons of toxic chemicals off the farms of the world, making the air as well as surface and groundwaters safer for human and sea and river creatures. Bacteria modified to break down petroleum products using biotechnology techniques are being used to clean up oil spills in our oil-producing areas, cleaning the land and the water, thereby reclaiming them for farming and fishing for our rural communities. Modern techniques in biotechnology are here to stay and will only get better. They have enormous potentials for improving the lives of man. We therefore urge Nigerians to trust Nigerian scientists in agencies mandated to promote and regulate biotechnology. Nigerians should remember that we, the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, work closely with these agencies and would never keep quiet if Nigerians are hoodwinked in any way by these agencies. On the matter of GM foods, therefore, Nigerians should rest assured that the Biotechnology Society has their back. Distinguished BSN members, I salute your resilience for being able to make it to this conference despite all the challenges we are all facing. I however assure you that you will gain from this conference more than you ever expected, because more than you ever expended in order to attend it. We continue to appeal to government and other proprietors of academic institutions to pay researchers a living wage and sponsor them to conferences locally and abroad for the growth. I know, this is the only one you clapped for. So our scholars should please be sponsored to conferences so that knowledge will grow and innovation will also grow in our country. If you look at the hall, you will see that it's not quite as full as we would have liked, because I know that some of us are still running after approvals for money to bring us here. I know that before the end of the day, many of them will arrive. Since our last conference in Maiduguri last year, we've been involved in a lot of activities on your behalf. We organized a symposium last year, around November, on the safety of GMOs and vaccines in partnership with the Nigerian Open University, with the National Open University of Nigeria now. This symposium was organized in honor of our Board of Trustees Chairman, Professor Vincent Tenebe. I don't know, is Prof around? Okay, he will soon get here. This symposium was well attended and had good press coverage. In the spirit of collaboration with important stakeholders, we submitted a proposal to the Energy Commission of Nigeria on national bioenergy partnership development strategies. We are hoping our members involved in bioenergy research who prepared the proposal would represent us in the project when it takes off. Within the period, some anti-GM lobbies presented petitions to the Senate and the House of Representatives demanding a ban of genetically modified food in Nigeria. We prepared and submitted responses to the two houses in defense of the technology on behalf of the society, where we were also invited to a public hearing on this matter, and we attended on your behalf and made some presentations. We are confident that the relevant House committees will view our submissions very positively. I'm very pleased to inform us that our new improved website is up now and running, and members have been paying their dues. Thank you. They've been paying their dues on site and obtaining their receipts immediately as receipts are sent to their email. We hope to continue to develop this website so that we automate a lot of the things that concern us. You can also submit your manuscript for our journals on that website. And the process fast tracks, the processing of your paper. You can track your paper from submission to publication on the same website. To be able to achieve this, we have brought all payments due to the Corporate Affairs Commission up to date for the society. This enabled us to subscribe to services of Paystack for direct payments on our website. Donors can now donate to us quietly, directly on our website. If you are the type that does not want people to know, that you have money, just go to our website and you can quietly donate your millions there. Please tell your rich friends about this. For this conference, we have assembled a group of powerful speakers to address our major and sub-themes on how innovations in biotechnology can foster national growth, especially in the areas of food security, health, and a safe environment. We thank our erudite member, Professor Diutor Esiobo, for accepting to deliver the keynote address. I know that many attended this conference just to hear her speak. I thank most sincerely as well all the equally erudite speakers who will be handling the sub-themes, such as, but not limited to, Professor Tony Oko on the high table there, Dr. Rajana Bhattacharjee, Professor Mirabel Tatfeng. What? Ah, okay. So welcome, Prof. And Professor Oluwaseun Adetunji. Your service to the society is highly appreciated. As we organize our activities as Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, we note that universities and other institutions and individuals are also organizing their own standalone biotechnology conferences. We commend these institutions and individuals for their efforts in propagating biotechnology. I would like to use this opportunity to bring to their attention the existence of BSN zonal chapters in the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, led by a chapter executive and a chairman. It would be great if they could organize their biotech activities as members of their zonal chapters, and therefore in conjunction with the zonal executive as a zonal activity of BSN. That way, the conference will be bigger, better, and everyone comes out a winner. BSN is a group of people of divergent fields bound by a common interest in biotechnology. A big red hot piece of glowing coal dims and dies when separated from the big fire. Together, we will always glow bright. Isolated, we dim and fade away. Be part of BSN, the big glowing fire. The LOC of this conference received close to more than 150 abstracts in a wide range of areas in biotechnology. Thus, this is set to be an exciting conference. There will be many side events. Ensure that you identify where the side events of your interest will be holding. There is also an exhibition area outside with something for everyone. Our corporate members are here to discuss with you their latest equipments and kits, and they would like to also meet your current reagent requirements. Please circulate and make friends. The best friends of scientists are always scientists. Forge collaborations and initiate new projects that will resolve Nigerians' food, health, and environmental challenges, that is what conferences are all about. Our dear students, greatest Nigerian students, good. Our students are well prepared for this conference too. We are looking forward to their quiz and debates for the undergraduates and other activities they have for us. For the postgraduate students, we are going to, from now onwards, have an award, a travel award of 50,000 naira each for 5 best abstracts we receive for every conference. That is when you send in your abstract, the best 5 will receive a travel award of 50,000 to attend to come and present that abstract. But today, because we have not done that for this conference, we are going to look out for the 5 best presentations from postgraduate students, and they will also go home with 50,000 naira each for their transport back home. So I urge our students not to forget to collect details, all the cards of the big juggernauts on the high table and seated amongst us, so that these scholars can mentor them as they grow in their scholarly advances. So I would like us to fasten our seatbelts, because it promises to be an unforgettable ride. I want to thank everybody that is here, all our special guests and invitees. You are all highly appreciated for making out time in these troubled times from your tight schedule to attend. I thank and congratulate the LOC, ably led by the chairman, Dr. Joseph Onyeka. I'm not sure if it is Onyeka or Onyeka. But I think maybe it is Onyeka Chukwu, you know, of NRCRI, and the Secretary and Chief Organizer, Professor Emmanuel Ekundayo of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, for a job well done. It's not easy. These 2 organizations, the Root Crop Research Institute and the University of Agriculture, are co-hosting. It's not easy to synergize such things, but they have done a wonderful work of it. So please, give them a thank you round of applause. I urge the LOC and their leaders to please accept my profound gratitude on behalf of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. Welcome, everyone, and please do enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
I believe we can do better. Please, can we celebrate the President for that wonderful address? Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, having taken that wonderful address from the President of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, we want to announce the presence of the rep of the Vice Chancellor, Michael Okpara, University of Agriculture, Mudike, Professor Norma Obasi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics. Please, march to the high table. Can we keep clapping for the DVC Academics? We also want to recognize the presence of Professor M.Y. Tafin, the Professor of Microbiology, Niger Delta University. He just walked in. Can we welcome Professor Tafin? And at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we want to call on the chairman of this event for his own opening remarks. Mr. Chairman, sir. I want to crave your indulgence. Help me celebrate the chairman. It's not easy to sit. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. You will be looking at Professor Jerry Ugwuanyi, but you'll be hearing the voice of Professor James C. Ogbonna, former president of this society. As we may be aware, he is the vice chancellor of the new university in Enugu State, State University of Medical and Applied Sciences. And as people who are associated with universities may know, vice chancellors are married to several husbands. They are married to NUC, they are married to TED Fund, they are married to their proprietor, they have a husband from the regulatory agencies, and from all these bodies, professional bodies that are always coming for one visit or the other. Professor James was going to be here. As you all know, he would give anything to attend BSM conferences. But just before leaving, a planned event that was to hold Wednesday next week was brought forward by one of those regular visitors to universities, because they found it necessary to combine visiting our university with visiting another. So he sent me here. I arrived quite late, about 9 p.m. yesterday. Actually, it was while I was in the hotel that his address dropped. So I am going to look down and address his paper for his short opening remark. So permit me now to recognize the eloquently established protocol and to go ahead and read his address. I welcome all of you to this year's annual international conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria with the theme, Innovative Biotechnology for National Growth, Pathways to Food Security, Health, and Environmental Sustainability. At this time of considerable national economic re-engineering, we could not have chosen a more appropriate theme. Biotechnology has the potential of providing solutions to much of the problems facing mankind today, and it is already impacting the global food and energy security, as well as the environment, healthcare delivery, and the economy. These various applications have diverse ethical, political, and economic implications, very much like all other technologies. Therefore, regardless of our current understanding and thus what we think about these technologies, we must not be distracted. Rather, we must strive to harness the huge potentials to solve our numerous immediate problems while striking the best possible balance that ensures best outcomes for our communities, for our people, for our nation, and for humankind. We should not be left behind. As a nation, we should acquire the knowledge and technology first, then we will be in a better position to make informed decisions and thus make responsible use of the technology to solve our problems. It is very important to note that we are now in a global world, and no matter what we think or do in Nigeria, our life, our economy, and the society at large will continue to be influenced by what is happening in other countries, nations, in other comparable nations, including those with which we share no national borders. Although it is rather unfortunate, the truth is that we still do not have economic, technological, and political power to resist these influences. And even if we did, in a democracy, the dramatic development in ICT will circumscribe our ability to ensure total control. Therefore, for now, we must align our policies to the global trend while protecting our national and cultural values the best way we can. We will best be able to protect ourselves from undue influences only if we advance ourselves technologically and thus economically to the point of being globally competitive. This annual conference, therefore, offers a unique opportunity for all the stakeholders in biotechnology to reappraise the potentials of biotechnology in human development, reevaluate the present condition of biotechnology in Nigeria, exchange knowledge and ideas, and then identify what we need to do as a people to ensure that Nigeria benefits maximally from the emergent but rapidly maturing all-important technology. It is obvious that Nigeria cannot transform into a technology-driven nation, knowledge-based economy without harnessing the huge potentials of biotechnology. We must deepen our research and development, target low-hanging fruits such as improved productivity, preservation, and bioprocessing of our abundant and diverse bioresources into high-value products. We must first focus on commercialization of some biotechnology products and services, leading to generation of income that will further fund our research and development. Demonstrating the economic potentials of biotechnology will also draw the attention of government and funding agencies to the pressing needs of this sector. The BSN already has research groups that cut across institutions for increased networking and collaboration, but require funding for sustained activities and enhanced productivity. Unfortunately, it is apparent that very few, if any, of the research groups have been able to secure significant joint research grants. It is therefore very important that they invest time and energy to develop grant-winning proposals for the national and international grant funding agencies. Whereas the global competitive research projects are important, at this stage, however, emphasis should be placed on local relevance, as these will ensure more dramatic growth in research capacity across the country. We should focus more on demand-driven and market-oriented translational research and development, because these will have immediate and direct impact on our economy. There is definitely a need for increased collaboration amongst our institutions, and even more than focusing on South-North collaboration, because when the collaboration is not driven, the focus will always be not driven. In all these, the importance of government at all levels, investing more in education to enhance human and institutional capacity for required biotechnology research cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, the leadership of BSN must go the extra mile to enhance the quality and intensity of relationships with appropriate agencies of government for the overall interest of development in biotechnology education, research, and development. I thank you all for finding time and the resources to attend this conference at a time such as this. I also wish you very fruitful deliberation and pleasant stay in the serene town of Umudike. Thank you very much, Professor J.C. Ogoni.
Thank you, Prof. Please, another round of applause. That was a wonderful one from the Vice Chancellor, State University of Medical and Applied Sciences, Enugu State. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we want to make welcome the hosts of this event for their own address. And I want to first of all invite the Executive Director of National Root Crop Research Institute, Professor Chiedozie Ngozi Egesi, for his own address. Help me celebrate my Executive Director.
All right. Thank you so much. And In the interest of time and in my usual way, I'm going to observe all protocol, but I'm excited to be one of your co-hosts in this Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. I wanted to say in our family society, because it's a family that we are and we have been for a long time. And I'm excited that finally we are hosting the conference in Umudike. This is the first time that the conference is being hosted in this part of Nigeria, and we're excited. So on behalf, and I'm going to talk for NRCRI, so you may not hear a lot of Michael Opera, because Michael Opera University is here to speak for herself after I do. But I will go in between saying NRCRI and sometimes Michael Opera University. But on behalf of the management and staff of the National Root Crops Research Institute, NRCRI Umudike, it is my profound honor and immense pleasure to warmly welcome you all to this 37th International Conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, happening here in Umudike. And Umudike is the home of root and tuber crops. It's a special privilege and honor for NRCRI to co-host this conference together with the Michael Opera University of Agriculture. This gathering of some of the brightest minds in science, innovation, and policy is an exciting one for us. So for us, biotechnology is not just a subject of research. It is central to our mission of developing resilient, nutritious, and high-yielding root and tuber crops that can transform agriculture and improve livelihoods. The theme, Innovative Biotechnology for National Growth, Pathways to Food Security, Health, and Environmental Sustainability, is in tandem with our core mission and the critical challenges facing our nation today and even the entire continent of Africa. This joint hosting is particularly significant for us here at NRCRI because just, is it 2 years ago? Only 2 years ago, we celebrated our 100 years of existence as a research facility. We think it's a monumental milestone, thank you. It's a monumental milestone to have such an anniversary and a lot of memory and a lot of history of ensuring food security in Nigeria. 100 years of dedicated research, of innovation, and of service to Nigeria's agricultural sector, particularly focusing on root and tuber crops. Emerging from that landmark celebration and hosting this esteemed conference feels like a significant affirmation of our enduring legacy and our unwavering commitment to the future of Nigeria and the future of food security in Nigeria. For a century, NRCRI stood at the forefront of agricultural research. Today, we are driven by modern biotechnology. We are making giant strides. Here at NRCRI, we are applying biotechnology to solve real problems. It's not just for academic purposes. We use it to solve real problems such as improving resistance to diseases in our root and tuber crops, especially cassava, enhancing yam and sweet potato for better nutrition, using molecular tools to respond to climate change, and deploying tissue culture for faster and cleaner crop multiplication, and I can keep going on. Simply put, we are turning science into solutions that matter for Nigeria's farmers and marketers, consumers, and households in general. So we have pioneered the development of release of over 50 varieties of cassava, 30 varieties of yam, 10 varieties of potato, 4 varieties of sweet potato, and 2 varieties of ginger. I thought you were going to be excited with that. Each one of these varieties were bred for higher yield, resilience, and adaptability. So we revolutionized propagation. That is multiplication of our root and tuber crops, or seed multiplication, like vine cuttings for sweet potato, using things like different autotrophic methods. We've also used aeroponics for rapid CDM multiplication. We are using semi-autotrophic hydroponic systems for cassava, yam, potato, and sweet potato multiplication, ensuring faster availability of quality planting materials to seed producers and to farmers. We have also embraced the cutting edge of science, actively innovating in genetic engineering and gene editing to develop crops that are more resilient, more productive, and responsive to the pressing challenges of today's climate. And I want to make a pause here to tell everyone, please make out time to visit our biotechnology lab so that you will see that Nigerian scientists in Nigerian laboratories with Nigerian money are doing research in genetic engineering and in gene editing, not imported. I don't mean the ones that are imported by foreign donors or foreign anything. So that we are very clear on the capabilities that Nigeria has here. So we are very grateful to be recognized as such. These research outputs are not confined to our laboratories and our fields. They have led to significant increases in production, increases in farm size, increases in productivity, processing, and utilization of our root and tuber crops all over Nigeria. NRCRI has been instrumental in promoting and popularizing technologies through extensive training programs using days ago, we supported the BSN pre-conference biotechnology workshop that was held here, and a lot of people were learning things around data, informatics, bioinformatics, and all of, and even gel electrophoresis. Some people may think it's very, what is gel electrophoresis, but for some people it was their first time, and we want to see that the power of biotechnology is brought down to the grassroots. That's our goal, and that's what we are already implementing. I want to now jump my speech. So through dedicated technical and vocational training for thousands of farmers, students, and agro-industrialists, we have empowered stakeholders and built capacity in specialized areas like advanced multiplication techniques and the production of high-value products like starch, baby formula, instant fufu, bread. We have cassava bread. We have sweet potato bread, biscuits, flakes. We have a patented gari. You see all of this at our exhibition stand. And as I am speaking, one of our scientists is training somebody or training a company in Enugu State on rapid multiplication of cassava using semi-autotrophic hydroponics. That is the power of biotechnology. And so the biotechnology group in NRCRI is active in the national. I think we need to congratulate that group. So our market-driven research has directly enhanced the development of value-added products. A prime example is our technology that significantly extends the shelf life of gari for over 1 year, boosting its potential for storage and export. These innovations cater to both local consumption needs and create lucrative export opportunities, enhancing value addition and market reach. Ladies and gentlemen, the pathways outlined in our conference theme are precisely part of our core vision or core mandate in NRCRI. We work on resilient high-yielding varieties. Our work on resilient high-yielding varieties directly combats food insecurity, poverty alleviation, and wealth creation, and in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. Our sustainable agricultural practices and climate-smart varieties promote environmental stewardship. Over the next few days, within these walls and across the campus of the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, we will explore these pathways together. We will share groundbreaking research, forge new collaborations, debate ideas creatively, and chart the course for how innovative biotechnology can truly propel our nation's growth. NRCRI is not just your host and venue. We are your enthusiastic partners in this crucial dialogue. I thank the leadership of the biotechnology Society of Nigeria, Madam President, and the team for this opportunity for NRCRI with this role together with Michael Okpara University. We are excited to showcase the Nigerian excellence in agricultural biotechnology and to work together towards solutions that will make an impact, not just in Nigeria, but all across Africa and beyond. We wish you a highly stimulating, productive, and rewarding conference. May your interactions be fruitful, your discoveries inspiring, and your network strengthened as you visit our experimental fields and the state-of-the-art labs. Enjoy the Umudike hospitality. Our fresh air is not like the one you see in Lagos or Abuja. This is natural, organic fresh air. I can assure you of organic fresh air, green environment. So may your interaction be fruitful as you visit our experimental fields and enjoy yourself, the serene environment for research here in NRCRI. So you see, when you want to take a break from the busy Abuja or busy Lagos or Ibadan axis, please come over for great work. The environment is conducive for science and research. Thank you, and once again, a very, very warm welcome to the home of root and tuber crops.
Please, a more resounding applause to the CEO and Executive Director of National Root Crop Research Institute. You've had that invitation. Please, you are free to come. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'll also listen to an address from the Vice Chancellor of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike, Professor M.O. Iwe, presented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Noma Obasi. Please, can we clap for the DVC?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Please kindly permit me to stand on the well-established protocol, lest I offend anybody. Thank you. Please, I bring you greetings from the 6th Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Made Bibisi Ofoiwe, who is unavoidably absent on the auspicious occasion of the 37th International Conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. I also bring you warm greetings from the university community and express our deep appreciation to the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria for choosing Umudike as the host city for this year's landmark gathering. This year's conference is particularly symbolic as biotechnology stands at the frontier of human progress. It is reshaping how we understand food security, climate resilience, health, innovations, and environmental sustainability. For a university like Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike, whose mandate is rooted in agricultural advancement, this conference resonates deeply with our mission. Together with the National Root Crop Research Institute, we are glad and proud to serve as hosts because we recognize that the future of agriculture in Nigeria and indeed Africa depends on the capacity to harness biotechnology responsibly and inclusively. As we gather here to interact, let us remember that the challenges before us, food insecurity, climate change, public health crisis, are urgent and complex. They require not incremental responses, but bold science-driven solutions. At Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike, we envision a biotechnology innovation hub where young researchers are mentored to transform ideas into scalable solutions. We also envision interdisciplinary collaborations that bridge agricultural research with medical, environmental, and industrial biotechnology. We also envision policy advocacy and industry linkages to ensure that research outcomes translate into real-world impact from improved crop varieties to climate-smart farming techniques. We believe that Nigeria and Africa must not remain consumers of biotechnological products alone, We must emerge as innovators, exporters of knowledge, and leaders in shaping global scientific conversations. In conclusion, on behalf of the 6th Vice-Chancellor of the University, I thank the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria for the honor and the critical work they continue to do in advancing biotechnology. I commend every scholar and participant here for dedicating your expertise to this noble cause. May this 37th International Conference not only deepen our knowledge, but also ignite new partnerships that will transform biotechnology into a driver of food security, health, and sustainable development in Nigeria and beyond. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Again, let's put our hands together for the Vice-Chancellor, the 6th Vice-Chancellor of the Michael Okpala University, Umudike. Thank you, Madam DVC. Okay, so what we have on the next is the Goodwill messages. First on our list will be the representative of the Director General of the National Biotechnology Development and Research Agency. Please, can we put our hands together for him?
Your Excellency, the Chief Host of the Governor of Abia State, Governor Alex Osti, the Minister of Science and Technology, Chief H.A. Godfrey Inaji, our host, the First Chancellor of Michael Okpala University, Professor Ndubisi Iwe, and our Executive Director, National Root Cross Research Institute, Professor Chidiozi Egesi, all the other protocols duly observed. I'm Dr. Olusegun Oyedele. I hereby represent our Director General, Professor Abdullah Mustafa, on this conference of Biotechnology Society of Engineers, Umideke 2025, his speech. I'm greatly honored to be present at this 37th annual conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, Umideke 2025, hosted by Michael Okpala University of Agriculture, Umideke, and the Nigerian Root Cross Research Institute, NCR. I would like to appreciate His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Ministers of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief H.A. Godfrey Inaji, for their unwavering support in driving sustainable national development through science and technology. I also appreciate the organizers of this noble event for all their efforts in making this conference successful. I'm delighted to be in this event that is graced with eminent scientists, scholars, policymakers, delegates, guests, and industry leaders from all around the country, with the sole aim of deliberating on the advancements in the different areas of biotechnology. You are all welcome. Esteemed delegates, the theme of this year is Innovative Biotechnology for National Growth, Pathway to Food Security, Health, and Environmental Sustainability. It underscores the necessity of utilizing biotechnology to address the current national challenges in various areas, particularly food security, energy production, healthcare, industrial development, and environmental sustainability. I believe this conference is designed to highlight current innovations in biotechnology, focusing on how they can be applied for economic advancement in Nigeria. There has never been a better time for all stakeholders in this field to deliberate on critical areas of biotechnology and showcase its capacity to drive economic growth. It is clear that scientific deliberations, partnerships, and collaborations are the keys to moving research and innovative findings from the laboratory into real world. Hence, I urge all participants to think critically, challenge assumptions, make valid observations, embrace change, and most importantly, work together to harness strong options. Distinguished scientists, we should ensure the insight gained from this conference reach a broader audience and not just end here. Worthy of note is the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency, NABDA, saddled with the mandate of promoting, coordinating, and deploying biotechnology process and products for the socio-economic well-being of the nation. As an agency, we have focused our research and development activities in all areas of biotechnology, including agricultural, medical, environmental, genetics and genomics, bioentrepreneurship, food and industrial biotechnologies. We are fully committed to driving transformative change, unlocking new economic opportunities, and propelling Nigeria towards a prosperous future through biotechnology. Currently, we have invested heavily in areas of biotechnology that are essential for sustained economic growth in line with the presidential directive in creating sustainable environment for development through green economy. We are actively promoting development and adoptions of genetically modified crops that are resistant to pests and disease and tolerant to drought. These innovations can significantly increase crop yields, reduce the need for chemical pesticides, and ultimately ensure that our farmers can produce more food on less land. We are also exploring modern biotechnology applications, that is genome editing for agricultural development, which are vital to diversify our food sources and improving nutrition. These accomplishments are a clear indication that innovative biotechnology is not a distant dream, but a present reality. It is a powerful tool for economic growth, food security, health improvement, and environmental protection, forging a path forward. To truly harness the potential of biotechnology, we must work together, as a collaboration is key. This requires a multi-pronged approach. Investment in research and development. We need to increase our investment in biotechnology research and infrastructure. This includes funding our universities and research institutions, providing state-of-art laboratories, and creating an enabling environment for innovation. Public-private partnership. Collaboration between the government, private sectors, and academia is crucial. By working together, we can accelerate the translation of research into practical applications and bring new products to the market more efficiently. Building public trust and awareness. We must engage with the public to build trust and increase awareness about the benefits of biotechnology. Addressing misconceptions and providing accurate information is essential to fostering a supportive environment for scientific innovation. Strengthening regulatory framework. A robust and transparent regulatory system is vital to ensure the safety and ethical use of biotechnology products. NADA is committed to working with all stakeholders to create a predictable and science-based regulatory environment that fosters innovations while protecting public health and environment. Overall, we are all in collaboration with all stakeholders to ensure that Nigeria continues to be a leading global player in the field of biotechnology. In conclusion, the role of biotechnology in human development cannot be overemphasized, and our dear country is in their need for initiatives that can take us to the next level. Hence, let us renew our commitment to ensuring the capabilities of biotechnology are optimally harnessed. Esteemed guests, I assure you that NAFDA is fully committed to always supporting BSL and other stakeholders in the field of biotechnology, as we are working towards achieving the same goal. As we deliberate over the next few days, I urge all participants to focus on actionable strategies that will move biotechnology innovation from pilot projects to nationwide impact. Together, we can harness biotechnology not only as a tool for scientific advancement, but as a catalyst for economic growth, food security, improved health outcomes, and sustainable environment. Thank you once again for this opportunity. I wish you all fruitful discussion and great groundbreaking insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG NAFDA, for that goodwill message. We will also be inviting to give the goodwill message of the Director General, Raw Materials Research and Development Council, Professor Nailgo Ikemonso. He is represented by the Abia State Coordinator of RMRDC, Dr. Mrs. Chioma Oji Unorom. Please, let's put our hands together as she comes to give the goodwill.
morning, everybody. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Yes, like he said, I'm Dr. Ojin Norom Chioma Grace, and I'm here representing my Chief Executive, Director of RMRDC. He's unable to make it because of other exigencies in his duties. On behalf of the Director General of Raw Material Research and Development Council, Professor Nanyelugo Ikemonso, I bring warm greetings and congratulations to the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria on the occasion of her 37th Annual International Conference. The Raw Materials Research and Development Council plays a strategic role in harnessing innovative biotechnology for national growth by providing the foundation for value addition, industrial development, and sustainable economic transformation. This gathering is a testament to the vital role of biotechnology in driving national growth, food security, health, and environmental sustainability, as captioned in its theme. Our council, the RMRDC, remains committed to supporting innovations and partnerships that will enhance industrial development and improve the well-being of Nigerians. We commend the organizers for creating this platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration, and we wish all participants fruitful deliberations and successful outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Coordinator. Please, let's put a round of applause for Madam Coordinator. Next on our list is the BOT Chair, ably represented by BOT member of the Society, Professor Anthony Oko. Please, let's put our hands together for Professor Anthony Oko. Goodwill, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I was really surprised also that our very able chairman was not around. I was really looking forward to meeting him. But unfortunately, it became clear that for a very important reason, he's not able to join us. So I'm standing here, therefore, on his behalf and on behalf of my other colleagues in the board of trustees to extend our profound appreciation to the local organizing committee of this conference, as well as the executive committee of this great society. It is not easy to put together a conference like this, especially considering the realities of the times, you know. I was just asking my colleague here that what does it take? Do people really have to fund themselves? Because academics have to fund themselves to attend conferences, you know? And I understand that's exactly what is happening here. Now, how are you able to do that with the meager resources that you have? And yet this forms a very important part of your review for upliftment in the profession. But then you have been able to get yourself together and make this conference, and that shows the level of your commitment to the progress of the society, as well as your own individual progress as well. And I want to say that we appreciate that and we do not take it for granted. So on behalf of our BOT chairperson, and we want to welcome all of you and wish you the very best of this very important gathering today, and we look forward to the very wonderful outcomes that we know that this conference promises. I'm really very excited to be here myself, and I've missed the last two or so conferences, but I decided this one I'm not going to miss it no matter what happens. So thank you very much. I want to thank our hosts Professor Gessi, as well as the university for granting us this opportunity to use their beautiful facilities. This is my first time of coming this way, and I'm really impressed with what I see. And listening to Professor Gessi's welcoming address, it's really reassuring that indeed we are on our right paths into the path of food security and making our country greater again. So once again, thank you very much, all of you, and I wish you the very, very best in this wonderful and what promises to be a very exciting meeting. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Maba. Thank you, Professor Oko, for that goodwill. We will call on Dr. Yarama Ndarapaya to speak on behalf of the AATF. Please, let's put our hands together for Ndarapaya.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as I give this goodwill on behalf of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. It's good to be back home. My name remains Yaram Ndarapaya, the immediate secretary of the BSN, and I'm glad to be home, having been away for a while. I was also out of scene for almost 2 years, battling life in East Africa, but thank God I'm back here. So I stand on this pulpit on this podium on behalf of the Executive Director and Management of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, led by Dr. Kaninos Kinangari, to bring goodwill to this conference. Let me start this way to say that we're glad to be in this meeting. And therefore, first of all, I want to say it's no longer news that Nigeria has food crisis. Food crisis because so many people go home hungry. It's no longer also news that our current production techniques have failed to meet the demand gap in food that is required in this country. To bridge this gap, it is very important to know that technologies are critical to bridging this gap. And at AATF, our singular goal is to be committed towards sourcing credible and compelling technologies that will make the difference to the average African farmer eking out his living in his local community. Thus far, we've negotiated royalty-free technologies across the globe and brought it to Africa for the benefit of African nations. So we work together in partnership with the regional bodies, with national bodies, and indeed with the rural communities that are eking out living in agriculture. As I speak today, Nigeria is one of the countries where we have products already on ground, particularly genetically enhanced products. We are aware of the existence of the tailor maize. We also know that some years back, AATF, in a collaboration with Institute for Agricultural Research in Zaria, gave us the pod borer-resistant cowpea, which today is increasing productivity of cowpea across Africa. Tailor maize has been supported again by the IIR, and today is being developed to revolutionize maize production in Nigeria. We are not only in genetically enhanced technologies. We work more closely with national partners in Nigeria also on cassava mechanization and processing. We are also into Bio4 Africa project that is working in enhancing productivity of other crops, including potatoes and the like. And we know for sure also that we have a project called OFAB, Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnologies, that is in several countries of Africa, but also very, very present in Nigeria, led by our own Dr. Rose Gidado that is seated here at NABDA. So AATF is behind this awareness program, ensuring that it's are made available and understood by the farmers we use. Let me call for a little caution here. I'm a Nigerian, born to a farmer in Nigeria in the city of Chibok in Borno State. My school fees were paid by farming, and anything that will improve farming in Nigeria, that will make people who are like me to go to school, I will 100% support. On that note, let's be very careful about international food politics. Nigeria has come of age. We should not undermine our national sovereignty, and we must stand to know that we are an independent nation, capable, led by our scientists and our policies, to decide what is good for our country and what we know can improve our livelihood in the country. Towards this, I want to say that our country has been favorable to use technologies in improving productivity, including biotechnology. Therefore, Nigeria, going this path, I assure, will surely be great again. As I conclude on this speech, it is not right, neither is it safe, to speak against conscience. And therefore, I conclude by these 4 statements. We now have appropriate and compelling technologies using biotech in Nigeria, and we should be encouraged to advise our people to use to improve productivity. 2, we need to improve on the commercialization pathways that have already been established for these commodities. Use partnership with national, regional, and sub-regional organizations to ensure that Africa is not left out of the technology revolution. Above this, number 3, we require political goodwill for the biotech products and for seed systems development in our country. Government need to provide that support. Finally, let me say on behalf of AATF again and the ED and the management that we are open as AATF to partner with national governments of Africa to ensure that technologies that are required, conventional or biotech enhanced, are made available to our farmers to make a decisive choice of what they want to use to improve their productivity as they make a living from agriculture. I wish this conference a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndarapaya. Please, a round of applause for him. We have to make it very, very snappy now. I'm calling on the next Goodwill message presenter, Dr. Rose Gidado, of the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, to give her Goodwill message. Dr. Rose, please. Let's put our hands together for her. While she is speaking, we want the representative of IITA, ma'am, to get ready. Thank you.
1 minute. You don't need it. Is it when it comes to, I don't know, I think a woman spoke before me. I thought it's a gender issue. Because to all the men, you didn't make that statement. It's only when it comes to the women. Okay, thank you, Mr. MC. Our homegrown executive director, NRCRI, Professor Chidozie Egezi, my brother, my mentor, my confidant, and everything. I think this is, for me, this is homecoming. Whenever I'm here in Umudike, it's like I'm in my village. So I know it's an institute that when I go in there, like I feel loved and I feel, welcomed by everyone, not just the executive director. And especially now that he's the executive director, it's like maybe, I don't know how to describe it well. And my DG, Professor Abdullahi Mustafa, the Director General CEO of NBRDA. NBRDA is National Biotech Research and Development Agency. So we're no longer National Biotech Development Agency, Professor Ranjana, Professor Esebu, my mother, and my mentor as well, Mr. Yarama and Professor Ugwani, our president, our able and indefatigable president, Professor Sylvia Uzochukwu. You have seen that since she started handling BSN, as in all the conferences have been really, good. I remember the Northeast hosting was really bomb, and this one too, very unique, very beautiful. So thank you for all that you are doing. So I bring you greetings from the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology in Africa, Nigeria chapter. OFAB is an initiative of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. As you know, it was actually initiated to correct those misconceptions that people have on GMOs, so that in Africa, at least, our farmers will have access to improved and quality seeds, and their lives will be transformed, and they'll be taken out of poverty, so that we will also begin to experience what is experienced in other parts of the world, especially the developed world. We have US, Canada, Brazil, Japan, Argentina, all, India, they've gone far in this. But when it comes to Africa, of course, our policymakers have been inundated with negative, information, a lot of misinformation, disinformation, scientific facts are distorted. So I think ATF felt that they should set up a platform where we will share factual information, scientific information, and make people to understand, educate them well, bring all the scientists, policymakers, lawmakers, the media, make the media understand, so that the information will be well taken, so that if you make up your mind that you are going for GMOs, of course, you're doing it at an informed background. So I commend the team today, Innovative Biotechnology for National Growth, Pathways to Food Security, Health, and Environmental Sustainability, because this aligns with our mission in OFAB to promote agricultural biotechnology for sustainable development in Africa as a whole. So we believe that this conference will actually provide a platform for all the stakeholders to share knowledge and then expertise and network, share our experiences, fostering collaboration and innovation, in biotechnology. So, and also all the different aspects of biotechnology, the health, the agri, environment, and industry. So we look forward to engaging the experts that are here, and then researchers and policymakers to address pressing challenges and opportunities in food security. You know what we are going through, the climate change effects. I mean, they're hitting very hard. It's real, it's happening, we are seeing. And so we need this innovative technology. Of course, we need to think out of the box. We need to indigenize this technology, not that we import all the time, but at least we can use it. It's a complementary tool, mind you. It's an intervention tool. It's not taking over the conventional technology. But, we need all kinds of technology that can help, because of our bloating, population. The population is growing geometrically. By 2030, by 2050, we are going to be over 400 million. Presently, we are over 250 million. So we need to produce food for this growing population because of these challenges that we have, because of the climate change. It's either there's too much rain or there's no rain at all, and all those vices, the insect and pest infestation. We have emerging insects, every time because of the warm climate. Rising temperatures, salinization of soil and all those. So we have a lot to contend with a lot of challenges. And so if we don't use these advanced technologies, they are highly regulated in the matter of safety. The scientists are responsible people. They're also part of the consumers. And so they cannot develop and give you poison. Professor Chidoze had mentioned earlier in his speech, they are doing homegrown, homegrown technology developed by our Nigerian scientists. And most of the crops they're improving are our own indigenous crops. Like we have the PBR cowpea. The PBR cowpea is a Nigerian variety of cowpea. So, sorry, you're giving me 1 minute. So we wish the conference organizers, of course, we're all part of that, participants and hosts, a very successful and productive event, yielding meaningful outcomes and then impactful partnerships, of course, yielding from this. So, are you okay? So, thank you. You are cutting me short. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A big round of applause for my friend, Dr. Rose Gidadu. Thank you. Thank you, Rose. So we will call on the next person, the representative of the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, IITA, Ibadan, Dr. Rejana.
Thank you very much. This is the most impromptu. I didn't expect this. But coming from Yoruba land, Ekaro. I don't know the Igbo version. I need to stay in NRCRI longer too. But all protocol observed. I will not talk about biotechnology and applications, food security. You will see it in my presentation. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria to include IITA as one of your partner or one of your speakers. And we need to make sure that we go more together. Professor Igesi, I don't think he's an RCRI. I think he's IITA, right? Professor Joseph Onyeka, he is not an RCRI. He is IITA. Dr. Damian, Dr. Nkere, how many can I name here? You are all IITA. I give example of partnership of IITA and RCRI to all the national institutes, including Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, that when we work in partnership, we win. Any time IITA and NRCRI, all the variety released by NRCRI that Professor Igesi has talked about, I'm sure 80% of them are bred together, Prof. Igesi, I'm looking at you, right? Except your sweet potato, ginger, and potatoes, right? When it comes to cassava and yam and taro, etc. So please, this is where I am standing and saying that let's partner. International donations are gone. We know it. Funding is gone. As long as we don't build national capacities, we can't tell Africa is behind. We can't say that any further. We are in the 22nd, I don't even say 21st, we are in 22nd century. And Africa has to lead the world with all the wealth of knowledge, the natural resources, and also the population that you have. The day Africa becomes self-sufficient, I think I can go back to India. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful, wonderful deliberation.
Thank you. She cannot be going back to India when she started with a car raw. She's already a Yoruba woman. Thank you very much for that speech. One thing that resounded very, very deep in me is that partnership, very deep, and the need for Africa to take charge, to start taking charge. It sounded, thank you very much. Ekaro. Ekabo, rather. Yeah, thank you very much. We will also want to invite and recognize a past president of the society, Professor Benjamin Ubi. I understand he's in the hall. Please, sir, if you're in the hall, you kindly come and give us a brief goodwill. Let's put our hands together for Professor Ubi. Okay, I think he must have stepped out. Thank you very much. Also, we're recognizing Professor Ishaya Longdet. Professor Ishaya Longdet is the Director, Center for Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering, University of Jos, Plateau State. Sir, you're welcome. You're welcome, sir. It's good to have you. Yeah. So let's put our hands together now for every goodwill, every person that has presented a goodwill message. You can agree with me that they were very wonderful goodwills. Yeah. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to recognize the presence of Professor UN Ekonye, the Director, Center for Molecular Biosciences and Biotechnology, Michael Okpara, University of Agriculture, Mudike. She's here. Can we celebrate her? You're welcome, ma'am. Having done this, ladies and gentlemen, we want to now welcome the business manager of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria for this important task. We want to, if you look at the program, we want to do the launching of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria Journal, and to anchor this is the business manager. Please, business manager. Let's put our hands together for the business manager.
Thank you, MC. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, respected researchers and members of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, our esteemed collaborators from the National Road Crops Research Institute and Michael Okpara, University of Agriculture, Umudike. Good morning, distinguished professors and erudite scientists. Thank you. It is with great pride and a profound sense of accomplishment that I stand before you today at the 37th Annual International Conference of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria to officially launch the Volume 42, Number 1, June 2025, and Volume 41, Number 2, December 2024 edition of the BSM Journal, a landmark achievement in our collective journey. This edition is not just a number. It represents a vigorous scientific inquiry, innovation, collaboration, and knowledge sharing in the field of biotechnology. The journey has grown to become a flagship platform for dissemination of high-quality, peer-reviewed research in biotechnology and its allied field, fostering both local and international dialogue on issues that directly impact agriculture, health, industry, and environmental sustainability. We are especially proud to launch the Golden Edition in collaboration with two highly esteemed institutions, the National Root Crops Research Institute and the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike. Your partnership underscores the unity and strength in the Nigerian scientific community and reflects our shared commitment to research-driven development. The volume edition of 2025 June and 2024 December features cutting-edge articles, groundbreaking studies, and thought-provoking reviews from leading researchers, upcoming scientists alike. It celebrates our rich history while also signaling a bold future, one where biotechnology continues to drive transformation across sectors. As we unveil this edition today, I encourage each and every one of us, members, partners, alumni, industry, stakeholders, and friends of the society, to see this not just as a publication, but as a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and national pride. Your support, whether through subscription, citation, or collective contribution, plays a crucial role in sustaining and elevating the standard of this journal. Let us take a moment to appreciate the dedication of our editorial board, reviewers, authors, and production team who have worked tirelessly to ensure the integrity and excellence of every page. As we officially launch this special edition, I invite you all to celebrate with us, to support the journal financially and academically, and to commit to contributing your best work in future editions. Let this launch ignite renewed energy and passion within us to continue to advance the frontiers of biotechnology in Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, by the authority vested on me by the National Executive Council of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, I hereby declare the 2025 June 2025 and December edition of the BSN Journal officially launched. Thank you, and may the good Lord continue to bless you as you support this great innovation. Thank you. At this point, I would like to call on the chairman to, I'd like to call, the chairman, Professor James Ogona, to please kindly launch this edition of 2025 June and December 20.
Thank you very much, business manager. You see, I was victim of one of these modern distractions just before I was called. I was busy typing something on my phone, and then I heard Professor James Ogona. Remember that when I was speaking for James Ogona, I said, the face you are seeing is Jerry Ugwai. The voice you are going to hear is that of Professor James Ogona. I can state without equivocation that my Vice Chancellor is an extremely generous person. The university is also a forward-looking new one, and we can do a lot with the materials that are coming out of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. So, what I will do is to convey the message to Professor J.C. Ogbonna, and as a former president of BSN, he can't afford not to breathe the way you want him to breathe. But I will make a commitment here today because I am worried that I may undercommit. I'm not a vice chancellor. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Please, time is on our side. I'll quickly like to call on the Vice Chancellor, Michael Okpa University, being ably represented by the DVC.
Thank you. I wouldn't know what to say because I'm here as a messenger. I'm here on the capacity of I was directed. And the letter directing me to come did not tell me there would be a launching. When they said there was a launching, I began to send a WhatsApp message to the Vice Chancellor, hoping that he will look away from the meeting where he is in Abuja and look at it and tell me what to do. But as they called me, as at now, I've not gotten any response from him, but I know he will do something. So I'm going to pick the 2 copies as evidence that something happened here. So when I go back, I will give it to him, and I know he will get back to the society. Thank you very much.
We're very grateful. Thank you, Ma. Next, I would like to call co-host, Professor Egesi.
Thank you. Just 2 months ago, Madam President, Mr. Chair, I need your attention. So just 2 months ago, the government appointed the chairman of the board for me, you know, and I have been trying to reach him also to tell to tell him that we have been having a wonderful time here. Anyway, the National Root Crop Research Institute, amidst all, even though we have not gotten approval from the board chair, we will take a stake as a stakeholder to launch this with ₦1 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the representative of AATF, my very good friend, Mr. Yareba.
Jude, this one, well, it's a pleasure to be back to BSN, and of course we know this is a ritual, but let me say I now work for an international organization, and the understanding of our organization is that we partner with one partner. Whatever we do to the partner, we do to every other person under the partner. So towards this conference, we have made a significant contribution for hosting to the tune of 4.5 million naira. Because of that, there is no special part of this money that I can say is for the journal. But because I'm a past BSN secretary, maybe a would-to-be fellow, because I'm a fellow of the Agri Society, and I have never served Agri Society the way I served biotechnology. I was a PRO, I was treasurer, I was secretary. So let me not say anything. But I will pick 2 copies of the journal, one for the office, one for myself. Whatever I do on myself will be personal level. Thank you.
Thank you, my very good friend, Professor Mr. Yarima. God bless you. Representative of the IITA. Thank you, Dr. Rich.
I am just a scientist too. I wish I can be on the shoes of Professor Igesi, who can make the decision right away, right? And I can become a DG somewhere sometime. But, you know, we have our DDG research. I can take this to him, and then I can ask what we can give. But I can't commit from his side. Neither I can commit from my side. So please pardon me for that, but we will get back to you. Both Professor Igesi and Professor Onyeka are very good friends of us, so we will see what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How many copies? No. Eh? Okay, thank you. Just quickly, I would like to call on Professor Oko.
What is going to happen is I am going to make efforts to send copies to the chairperson of the BOT, and I'm sure that he will reach out to the society on its support towards the launching of this wonderful journal series. From my side, because of excess luggage, I will want to take 2 copies of this volume and support with a token of 200,000 naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Next is Professor Sibo. Professor Ma. Professor Silber. Yes. Thank you, Prof.
I'm begging him, but he has not consented. Your organization. Come through this way.
All right. I know what it takes to make a book and publish a journal. I'm standing on all the protocols. I want to thank all the editors and the hard work you've put in. The quality of the journal is impressive, and the submissions as well. The first 100 students who registered here, I would like to give a copy to each one. I am told that the journal goes for 5,000 each. That means that I'll be launching it with 500,000.
Thank you, Prof. On behalf of BSN, we say thank you. Next, I would like to call on Dr. Rose Gidado. Doc, please, your widow's mind. Thank you.
I think my DG is here. My DG should launch. The DG is the chairman of OFAP Nigeria chapter. So when the DG is here, pardon? No. The DG is the chairman of OFAP Nigeria. So please, can you launch?
We are directed. For therefore, we have to go and inform him. And I'm happy that you called, because firstly I want to call Dr. Gidado to come so that we agree together. Okay. As I agree as a director, at least we can fetch for that 200,000 for 4 copies. You know, for all this, you know, I have to obey. So 20 copies for 200,000 for us as university officers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll finally want to call on Professor Kayode. Professor Kayode, please.
I'm just wondering why I'm called. Because I just came in. He just wants to announce my late coming. I've been editor-in-chief of a journal, and I know what is involved in producing journal. However, you know, as you this morning cannot take them home. So you cannot expect a big amount. But I will appreciate the effort by just speaking to for a fee that I will give to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, I'd like to call on Professor Longe. Unijos, from Unijos. Please, where's Professor Longe from Unijos? Okay. Okay, at this point, I'd like each and every one of us, please, whatever you have, your reader's mind, please contribute towards the 2025-2024 edition. So we'll go, please, the PRO will be moving around, whatever you like, please, just reach out. Sorry, the Assistant Secretary would be moving around. Now, this is an information. I also want to encourage us that we have other issues of the journal at our stand outside. So you can reach out, just stop over at our stand. We also have souvenirs for sale. You like them, T-shirts, mufflers for BSN. At this point, I would like to call the editor-in-chief, Professor Obembe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to first of all thank very much indeed all our launchers for today. It's a privilege to be called upon to be the editor-in-chief of the journal. The mandate that was given to me when I was appointed was to improve the quality of the journal so that it will be at a level that it can be indexed in recognized indexing body. And so we have put some measures in place. So I want to appeal to our authors that if you are encountered us, if you are submitted your manuscript to us and it appears as if we are stringent, it is because we are running with a mandate. I've had persons that told me that what we are driving is true because it happened to him. Right from the point of submission, you can have a rejection even before we send your article out for review. And so you have to bear with us because we are running with a mandate, and the mandate is to improve the quality and then to make it a good quality journal for indexing at the appropriate time. And so for you, if you want to, I encourage you to partner with us by submitting your manuscript to us. But what we are going to be looking at when you submit to us is going to be from the title page to the list of references. So in order for us to improve the quality, we are looking at your title, we are looking at your abstract, we are looking at your aim of study, we are looking at the rationale for the study, we are looking at the methods, we are looking at the content, whether it is sufficient enough to allow for replication. We are looking at the study design, whether it's robust enough and appropriate for the stated objectives. We are looking at the conclusion. We are looking at your discussion. We are looking at the references and all of the key statements, whether you adequately cite them. And what we are doing is to ensure rapid publication of our journal. At the moment, we are having 2 issues per year, June and December, but the innovation we are putting into it is that right from September now, whatever manuscript we get, we are going to process and we're going to publish them in September. So we don't need to wait until December before you get your manuscript published. The same thing we go for the June edition. Right from March 2026, we're going to be publishing whatever manuscript we process so that we have them published already, and that is going to go through to June. We are also, because of the delay and the frustration and the disappointment we've got from the Azure platform, we have migrated from Azure, we've migrated to Zenodo, and that has ensured rapid publication of issues. So I'd like you to partner with us for publishing your groundbreaking research in our journal, and I promise that it's going to be a worthwhile venture for you. God bless you all in Jesus' name.
Thank you, the Editor-in-Chief. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we want to welcome the LOC Chairman. But before then, I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Adeyemi Olojede. I cited him, the Director of Root Crops Research Department and National Root Crop Research Institute. We are welcoming the LOC Chairman to anchor the awards. Director, sir.
Thank you. Just for your information, like you may be wondering, the journal that we just launched, does it have impact factor? Take note. As of 2023, the impact factor was almost 0.36. So it's improving. So it's the opportunity for you to publish there. We want to quickly go to the next thing. We are running far behind schedule. The award. There are 2 categories of award, one by the LOC, and then we'll eventually move to the aspect of the NEC. I will invite my secretary, Professor Emmanuel Ekudayo, to please handle this aspect of it for the 4 nominees from the LOC.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Once again, we appreciate your being here, and we thank you for making this conference a success. A lot of people have contributed in one way or the other to BSN. We cannot recognize everyone at once, but from time to time when we have conference like this, we try to recognize people. And so whatever you are contributing, we are watching. And today, the LOC presented to the NEC 4 people that want to just recognize their special contribution to the NEC. Thank you very much. The first person that will be giving this award to is our erudite scholar, great supporter of BSN. He's already a fellow of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, and that's the highest award that can be given at national level. But at LOC level, we look around and we say, what else can we give to this person that has been so generous, so supportive? And so the LOC decided that because of the long-lasting impact he has made in contributing to BSN here and nationally, so we are giving a Legacy Leadership Award to Professor C.N. Egesi, CEO, ED of National Root Crop Research Institute.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations.
The next award is called BSN Ambassador Award.
Yeah, the BSN Ambassador Award goes to our amiable VC, but we just received message that he will really want to personally be part of this program. He is in Abuja, but he's struggling to be here, and he has assured us that he wants to receive it personally tomorrow. And I think that's good for us because he can also launch our journal. So we are deferring that till tomorrow.
Thank you very much. You have heard that, and that's awesome. So let me not say anything. So make sure you are here tomorrow to hear the reason why we are giving him BSN Ambassador Award. And, you know, because of that award, he has decided to receive it. And that speaks volume. Thank you very much. So the next person we are giving this award is somebody who has contributed tremendously to BSN in Southeast, our zonal coordinator, who has, let me tell you, Southeast has been leading as one of the zones of BSN in the country. We have had 3 zonal conferences, and so that's why we are recognizing the effort that this person has made, and we are giving this award, Distinguished Leadership Award, to Professor T.E. Ogule, and to receive for her is Professor Chioma Wakama. She's on her way, but as a mother, emergency came and she said, please, let our friend take for her, but we believe she'll be here.
Congratulations, you're in the
The last but not the least is a very special award. And I think this is a kind of award that will inspire many of us. So this award is called Exemplary Mentorship Award. And I just want to say a few things before we give this award. It is to recognize the selfless effort that one of us has made in bringing up young people in the BSN. And this award goes to Professor O.M. Upai. She's not here now, but her son will be receiving the award on her behalf. Please, can I have Chibuke and Blessing here?
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations.
Now let me just say a small story while we are giving her this award. Thank you very much. In 2008, our president was hosting BSN conference at UNAM. And I was a young lecturer then, sharing the same office with her and with one of our respected professors sitting down here. We were together, 3 of us in the office. And then she said, Ima, are you not going to BSN? I said, I don't know what is BSN. He said, there's a conference there's something called Biotechnology of Nigeria, and it's going to hold at UNAM. I said, I don't have money to go to Abeokuta. I said, okay. So she gave me an abstract to write, something that we worked together. Said, write this abstract and submit. I wrote, they accepted it. Then I said, what next? He said, we are going to pay for the abstract. I said, I didn't have money to pay. She paid. Then the next time she said, we are going to go to Abeokuta together. I said, I don't have money to go to Abeokuta. He said, I will pay for you. And I said, where will I stay? He said, I have a friend who will stay in her house. So 2008, she took me to Abeokuta for the first time. That's how I became member of BSN. So eventually I became vice president of BSN. And I told her one day, I said, see the small boy that you took to BSN. As now she said, no problem. So I told her one day, I will recognize this effort you have made. So this award is not just an award, just a plaque. We are instituting a grant, travel grant, connected to this award. So every year, at least one person, a young early career person will be able to attend BSN conference. I also encourage her to help her friend to contribute to that grant. So there will be a standing grant in her name, Professor O.M. Okwai, Mentorship Travel Grant Award.
From the national, the NEC, in recognition of critical players that have played major role in advancing biotechnology in Nigeria and beyond. And we have 4 awardees, right? Okay, 1 person is on the way. But we'll do the 3 that are on ground right now. Well, in no particular order, let me just call the people we have here now. first awardee of the BSN Fellowship Award, in no particular order, just because of the way I have the name here, is Professor Popoola.
Congratulations.
Will be the representative of Professor Iwe, our DVC Aka.
With a new song to sing, God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations.
We'll just quickly read his brief citation. This prestigious fellow of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, BSN, to Professor Akinola Rashid Popoola, who was born on November 25th, 1960, in Okeado in Ibadan, Oyo State. Professor Popoola attended LA Primary School, Agodi, Ibadan, and then Relicent High School, Aremo, Ibadan. And then he proceeded to Bafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and finally University of Ibadan, and then to University of Jos. He has gone around Nigeria. Professor Popoola worked at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Department of Crop Protection. He is a professor of plant pathology. Professor Popoola is a long-standing member of BSN. He has served as editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Journal of Biotechnology from 2016 to 2019. And he has also served as the director of Biotechnology Center, FUNAB, from 2019 to 2022. Of course, he has been a manuscript reviewer to Archives of Phytopathology and Plant Protection, the Nigerian Journal of Biotechnology, and the Nigerian Journal of Plant Protection, among so many academic achievements. Professor Popoola is married to Dr. Mrs. Bolaji Popoola, and their marriage is blessed with 5 wonderful children. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, Professor Akinola Rashid Popoola. I hereby invite my DVC. The next recipient is a powerful woman in the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. Those of you know, even if you don't know her name, you know Mama Ofab. And that is Dr. Rose Suniso Maxwell Gidado. Mama Ofab.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations.
Dr. Rose Suniso Maxwell Gidado was born on 16th April 1966 in Mapio, Adamawa State, Nigeria. She is a distinguished Nigerian scientist and Director of Agricultural Biotechnology Department at the National Biotechnology Development Agency. Dr. Rose has been the country coordinator of OFAB Nigeria. She drives advancement in agricultural biotechnology and food security. Her pivotal role in securing approval for 3 biotech crops, the BT cotton, the pod borer resistant cowpea, the world's first genetically modified cowpea, and of course the teller maize, has transformed Nigeria agriculture, shaped national policy, and inspired biotechnology adoption across Nigeria. I thought she deserved a hand of applause for that. Of course, Dr. Gidado holds PhD in microbiology, industrial microbiology, and a master's in microbiology from University of Abuja, alongside a bachelor's in food science and technology from the University of Maiduguri. Dr. Gidado's contribution have earned her accolades, including the 2023 Excellence in Science Communication Award, the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria 2020 Excellency Award, the 2020 Nigerian Agricultural Award of Excellency, Agro Nigeria, in recognition of her immense contribution towards the passage of the National Biosafety Bill in Nigeria. Award of recognition in promotion of biosafety in Nigeria by the National Biosafety Management Agency, an award for leadership excellency and nation building heroine by Bolly Joan Media Communication Limited, among several other awards of recognition. Dr. Gidado is married, of course, to Professor Maxwell Michael Gidado, son, OON, and has a daughter, Barrister Fatima Gidado. To present the award to Dr. Gidado is the chairman of this occasion, Professor Anthony Oko. Chairman of the BOT, yes, member of the BOT, representing the chairman of BOT. Mama, smile now.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good.
I like this solidarity.
Yes, come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations.
The solidarity is building.
Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Say them say that I can
I
never
like your
be
team. I like your winning
I
team.
see, I've seen that. God is greater than that. Who can
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, all the well-wishers. We have one more, because we are stepping one down because the person is coming in, maybe if he comes in tomorrow, but we have one more very hard-working gentleman. When you see him talking about BSN, you will think that BSN is one of his children. Because the way he will be talking passionately, and he happens to be the person they appointed to serve in the secretary position of the LOC, Professor Emmanuel Ekundayo. I will try to read the abridged version of his citation. Professor Emmanuel Olufemi Ekundayo is a renowned academic and scientist currently serving as the head of Department of Biotechnology at the Federal University, Lokoja. Born on February 4, 1965 in Odawara, Kogi State, he obtained his BSc in zoology, an MSc in medical microbiology from the University of Jos, and a PhD in medical microbiology from Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Mudike. He is also a certified AIMLS in chemical pathology. He has served in academia, research, and industry with prior role at the University of Jos, Interseed in Suka, and Deles Nigeria Limited in 2025. He transitioned fully to academic at Michael Okpara University, becoming a professor in 2020. He undertook training in molecular biology at NIMRI, Lagos, and of course ICGEB, Sri Lanka, and led transformative training program as acting director of the Center of Molecular Bioscience and Biotechnology, Michael Okpara University, UK. A long-standing member of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, he served as vice president from 2019 to 2024, making significant contribution to the society. Professor Ekundayo is married to Mrs. Ihuoma Charity Ekundayo. That one, he deserves a special applause for that one. I'm blessed with 3 wonderful children. Ladies and gentlemen, behold Professor Emmanuel Ekundayo. And to present the award for Professor Ekundayo is my own digital ED, Professor Chiedozie Eges. See solidarity. Building. Building.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. 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 Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that. God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord? No, nobody. Who can change His mind about me? Through many years, in many ways, I have seen His faithfulness ever and ever. Yeah. Congratulations.
Okay, please, can the awardees come together for a group photograph? The awardees, those that got the award, please can you all come together for a group photograph? While we prepare to move into the please, all those that were given award, can you Body.
So shall it be in the end. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Feel all right. Let's get together and feel all right. One more thing. Let's get
Thank you.
together to fight.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We are moving straight to the keynote presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we applaud them. Can we clap for them? Okay. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to move straight to the keynote presentation. And that will be taken by Professor Mwadioto Esiobi. Esiobo. Okay. Please, we want to plead that Prof should stand for a brief citation. Prof. Yeah, and I want to call on so to present the citation is Dr. Andrew Ilo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to present the citation of the mother eagle. Please, let's put our hands together for her. This is a privilege for me because I met her over 20 years ago, and she called us eaglets, and she was the mother eagle. So I'm also privileged to still be that eaglet, though she calls me an eagle, but I'm still an eaglet, to present her citation. Professor Mwadioto, as popularly called Esiobu, is an international recognized microbiologist, biotechnology innovator, and an academic leader whose career spans over 30 years of transformative impact across academia, science policy, entrepreneurship, and global development. She is a tenured professor of microbiology and biotechnology at the Florida Atlantic University in the United States of America. She's also the founder and president of the Applied Biotechnology Incorporated USA and the Applied Biotechnology International Limited here in Nigeria. She has championed research transformation, capacity building, and sustainable development through science and innovation. She holds a PhD in microbiology, grand distinction. Who's not clapping, please? From the University of Leuven in Belgium, a postdoctoral fellow at the MIT, as well as a Jefferson Science Fellow of the United States National Academy of Science. She has equally served in many senior science advisory roles in the U.S. and the U.S. State Department, which includes also her contribution at the African Union Strategic Science Agenda and the World Bank STEP project, to mention but a few. Who is not clapping? Beyond research, Professor Esiobu is a visionary science leader, a founding trustee of the Society of Lifestyle Medicine in Nigeria, a licensed diplomat, lifestyle medicine, a trustee of the Applied Microbiology International, UK, and she has trained many young eaglets, including me. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to us our distinguished keynote speaker at this year's conference, Professor Nwadiuto Esiobu.
Thank you very much. Thank you for summarizing. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. He mentioned it. I recently became a licensed lifestyle medicine professional by the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. One of the things I learned is that it's not good to sit in one place for more than 2-3 hours. As a result, our very first activity will be to get up and do as I say. Everyone stand, please. All right, we go. Head, shoulder, knees and toe, knees and toe. Again, head, shoulder, knees and toe, knees and toe. Again, head, shoulder, knees and toe, knees and toe. And eyes and nose and head, shoulder, knees and toe, knees and toe. All right, we're going to do it a little faster. Head, shoulder, knees and toe, go. Head, shoulder, knees and toe, knees and again. Head, shoulder, knees and toe. And eyes and mouth and head, shoulder, knees and toe, knees and toe. Give yourselves a big round of applause. All right, so we got the blood flowing. I wanted to, I know that it's almost lunchtime, so I am sure your gut microbiomes are beginning to give you the signal of hunger. So because I'm a microbiologist, those microbes listen to me. So I want to speak to them. Please stop. No signaling. Don't be hungry until we finish. All right. The governor, Alex Oti, even in absentia, the Minister of Science and Tech, all the ministers present, the Vice Chancellor, MOU, that's Michael Okpara University, Professor Ime, ably represented by a precious sister, Chief Uche Nnaji, the Minister of Science and Tech, Professor Tenebe, BOT Chairman, represented here, and I know I'm going to just keep mixing all this. I cannot call all of these without mentioning the ED Executive Director, our distinguished Professor Chiedozie Egesi, all the Vice Chancellors here present, and who else? Professor Mutafa of the NABDRA, National Biotechnology Development and Research Institution, and of course the President, and by the way, the President, the first female President of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, Professor Sylvia Uzochukwu, and all the awardees, especially Professor Kondaya, all the eminent scholars in the house here assembled, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to continue to stand on those protocols. My name is Duto, that's what most people call me, Duto Esiobu, and I would like to start by thanking the conference organizers for thinking of me to deliver this keynote address. To deliver a keynote address at a time that is truly unprecedented. to deliver an address to people who each one of you could be actually delivering this conference or this keynote in this August occasion. So I thank you for inviting me to speak. Before I proceed, I'd like to invite you to please join me again to stand up for a moment of silence to remember several of the heroes of biotechnology in Nigeria on whose shoulders we all stand today so we could see further. We remember with a sense of deep gratitude the enduring legacy of Professor Ogbe Solomon, of Professor Olu Odemi, and of several others. You can mention them in your heart during the moment of silence, whose acts on this rolling ship we call Earth has ended, and who have been called into their rest. Let us stand and be silent for a minute and think for a while what their labors mean to us. Don't twitch a muscle. Actually, stop breathing. Don't say I said it too. I pray indeed that the labors of our heroes past will not be in vain. Please be seated. So, early this morning, I heard the cock crow. And I was reminded that the cock said that it crows in the morning and in the evening, not because it has a melodious voice, but it wants heaven and earth to bear witness that it has heralded the dawn of the day and the coming of the night. This keynote is presented as a cock crowing. It is a clarion call. So I am quite delighted to bring you warm greetings from the beautiful state of Florida, from my very many students in many places, from my colleagues at Applied Biotech, and all of them have said to extend their warm greetings to you. I also bring you greetings from the Applied Microbiology International. It is the largest microbiology entity in the United Kingdom, and we offer grants, and I am one of their trustees and the current Secretary General. 2 years ago, we were not able to give out all our grants, so I encourage you to apply. We're always looking for good grants. The grants were not given, not because there were no applications, but they did not meet the parameters. So it is important that you brush up your grantsmanship. So I bring you greetings from all these people. They send you greetings and are looking forward to working with you. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have come to you not with eloquence of speech. Anywhere to make this thing sound a little less sharp. I've come to you not with eloquence of speech. And I have not brought you a lot of deep intellectual discourse, even though I am known very much not to shy from these things. Instead, I address you today with a deep sense of urgency. It is my hope to provoke you to action and inspire a major revolution, especially among the youth, so that you can rise to innovate to transcend all challenges, no matter the kind. Challenges are difficult, but they're often opportunities, good opportunities to seize by. There has never been in the history of mankind the kind of season and times that we live in as now. So you are very lucky to be alive, even if you have a lot of problems in your career. The wise man Solomon, he said this, I quote, using a dull axe. You know what an axe is that you use to cut wood? Using a dull axe requires much strength, but a sharpened blade fetches much bounties. What did I say? Using an axe that is dull requires much strength, and the impact is limited. He says, but using a sharpened blade fetches what? Much bounties. It is my sincere hope in this presentation to contribute to the sharpening of our collective blade and also our individual visions. That's my sincere hope in this presentation. So you're not going to find a lot of intellectual biotechnology, but I'm going to hope to sharpen the blades that would allow you mine biotech. So I started by saying that we live in unprecedented times, and you can define it in many different ways. One of the things that is obvious is that the ground is shaking. There is no way you look at it internationally, locally, that you will not agree that there is a major change occurring in the world platform. International policies on trade is changing. Regional consolidation rapidly altering. Money is changing values just as you blink. Every country must take responsibility for itself. It is not time to copy any country. The American ambassador was on TV exactly 2 weeks ago on Central News, and he said, the moderator asked him, Nigeria has copied your democracy, and we're doing everything just like America. Why are you giving us all these sanctions? Did you hear there was another sanction yesterday for Nigerian visas? Yeah? So they shut down to 1 entry, 3 months. Now, you know what it is? You have to provide all of your social media, and it's going to take a lot more time and the funds. So, but you know what? You know what the American ambassador said in that interview? Stop copying America. And I love him for that. We must stop copying any country, China, America, Germany, UK. It is time for patriotism. We have come to an hour when all the young people must rise up. It is war you don't see. It is a time that you must sit up, carve out your purpose, your destiny, and pursue it. Africa received lots of tariffs. You have heard about the tariff wars going on here and there. But I want you to consider for a moment why a country would give you free technology to help you grow food when they put tariff on your own exports. Turn around. Why would Lesotho, a country, poor country, that dwells on export of textiles, why would they receive 40 to 50% tariff and they lost 60,000 jobs like that? You think things are going to get better? The sooner we wake up to shape up our country and invest in this country, the much better for us. All right, so could you fly back a little bit, one step back? I wish I had a, no, that's fine. So what I'm going to do is talk to us in 4 major areas, quickly. And is there a pointer here? Now, cow, you guys will have to bring cow if I fall. Okay. All right, so there are four major things. I'll talk about the fundamentals of biotechnology for the benefit of those who are new, or who are young in the house, and even to refresh the minds of accomplished, distinguished professors. The reason I want to do this is that understanding is what breeds innovation. Understanding births insight, which then leads to creativity and discovery. So it is important that we know exactly what is this modern biotechnology so we can appreciate when news comes around how to handle it and what to do. Let us not be like those tossed around by wind. So if I don't have it, can I go to the next slide quickly? Quickly, the next slide. All right, the next slide, I think I memorized it. The next slide is greeting from some affiliate, Applied Biotech, Applied Microbiology International, Florida Atlantic University, the Neighborhood Scientist, which is a nonprofit that founded in the US. And if there is time, I'll go through what those people do, some of the knowledges that we apply. So these are the notes for the day in the keynotes. Fundamentals of biotechnology. I'll quickly touch on trends and future of biotechnology, providing a global trend with a local perspective as well. I'm going to talk about pathways. This will be strictly addressing in Nigeria, all of us. Pathways to innovation. And I'll give us one quick example because of time of innovative biotechnology. What is happening currently in the world? Because sometimes we stay in our cocoon and we think that we've got the cutting edge. The world has gone so far ahead. Webinars and seminars are near useless because I can run 10 seminars in 5 minutes. By invoking AI, the AI can actually deliver that on my behalf. So part of what I want to communicate is to talk about what is innovative biotechnology. What should we be looking at? We can actually leapfrog because of the current atmosphere in the world has accumulated so much. The need to assemble more data in certain areas has completely been eliminated. Now, what we need to do now is to use the knowledge that has been accumulated. And then I'll give us some strategic takeaways and a concluding remark. Now, quickly to the fundamentals. Now, the fundamentals. Our able president has defined what is biotechnology. Many others who have spoken also told us what is biotechnology. Thank you. So, this is a huge summary of the field. Biotechnology is the technology that manipulates the biosphere. So, we manipulate everything that is alive for the betterment of humankind and of the environment. So here, you would see the technology, you see the prokaryotes there, you will see a plant which represents the eukaryotic world. Every living thing, a worm, an insect, butterflies, plants, humans, every living thing has a cell. And even bacteria, even viruses that are not alive, they have cells. And the cells express themselves. Are you guys hearing me? You hear me and you understand me because I'm communicating in the language of the mortals. I'm communicating in the language of the living, of human beings. In the cellular world, there is a communication that operates just like you see today, just like you're hearing me. That is what has birthed the modern biotechnology. So biotechnology is the currency of the future. I hope that wraps it up towards the end. ATCG is the alphabet of the language of cells and viruses. Does anybody know what the alphabet is for us in English language? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W. And there are 20, how many? 26 alphabets. In the molecular world, the world unseen, which controls everything you see in the biosphere, there are only 4 alphabets, A, T, C, G. In the real world, like you're hearing me, can you hear me talk and you're understanding each word I pronounce? Even so, in the molecular world, they have words. In the molecular world, every word is a 3-letter. But in English language, we have words that are different number of alphabets. Is that correct? So you have something like the dog ate the cat. Everybody say it. The dog ate the cat. If it was in the molecular world, they will understand because it's only triple codons, 3-letter words that they have in the molecular world, in every cell. So it doesn't matter if it's a plant or a human or a bacterium or a virus. Once the triple codon is released, it means something to the cell. Sometimes it doesn't. We may call that mutation or damage. I'll come to that in a moment. So the cat ate the dog. If I switched that around and said, cat ate the dog, what does that mean to you? You're going to say, what the heck? If I said, the cat dog ate the dirt, even though they're triple codons, it does not make much sense, right? Even that is when they say that they have manipulated or changed a trait in an insect or in a plant. They alter the sequence of the word to mean something that we want, a beneficial trait. Are we together? Beyond the triple codons, the word of the molecular world, beyond that, we have very complicated regulatory systems, upstream and downstream. Every word is like a codon. Every sentence is called a gene in the molecular world. Is that clear? When you make a sentence, the start is usually, you start with what? A capital letter. Even so, in the molecular world, every gene would start with TAC. T-A-C. That's the codon that initiates the gene in that molecular world. So in the RNA, it's a different group. Now, the end is different. When you finish a sentence in English, what do you put there? Full stop. In the molecular world, there are 3 codons that could be full stop. Viruses disobey. They are disobedient. So sometimes they roll over that and they keep talking, and you can't tell where the beginning or the end was. So that's one thing with those viruses. And even when a cell has mutated, we sometimes deliberately cause that so that there is a change. We can also manipulate the regulatory sequence upstream so that the sequence downstream, the gene, is constitutively on. It's not regulated or on and off. Can anybody tell us what is that? What do you see? G-O-D-I-S-N-O-W-E? What is that? What do you see? All right, stop. Hold it. Hold it. This is how it is in the molecular world. Stop. It's all right. Everyone is right. Did you just notice that everyone is correct? God is nowhere. God is now where? But one, God is nowhere, right? But one of them is probably more factual. But the other option is a possibility. Depending on how the DNA is read, the message from the DNA. And that is why there's so much confusion about things, oftentimes, that shouldn't be. Gene expression is complex. Stack is the start codon. I said that. And when this sentence is changed, you change traits. If you forgot everything I said, when the order of the word is changed, that is, you've altered the sequence, it means you've done what? You've altered the gene. And you can alter the gene to mean something nicer, like I love you much, or love I. Love I means I want you to love me, but I love you would mean that I'm the one giving. So if you change the position, the chronology of those words, of the codons, you alter the meaning, the trait that is shown. Mutations are heritable changes. And so somebody on our platform was arguing that it is impossible to use biotechnology to permanently change a mutation that occurred naturally in sickle cell. And he was so wrong. You can see in a few minutes how that is done. All right, so the phenotype or the trait of all cells and viruses is determined by the type and sequence of amino acids. So the triple codon makes one amino acid. The sequence of those amino acids determines whether your flower hibiscus is white or red. And how does that happen? That should now be your curiosity. It is the folding. The amino acids are of different kinds. Some are polar, others are non-polar. Some are acidic, and others are neutral, and so on. And depending on their physical-chemical parameters, they induce a folding of the polypeptide. And that's what determines the activity of the enzyme. That's what determines whether your telomeres will be resistant to drought or not, or whether it will be susceptible, your cowpea, to a given disease. I'm simplifying this a great deal. But now take a look at the complexity that we have there. You've got 64 codons and only about 20 amino acids. That tells you there is some redundancy in usage. That's what we called it, but we now know it is not. There is something called codon usage in species, even between genera. You have changes. So now just to illustrate the importance of what I just told you, on the left-hand side is the normal, is a partial sequence. Now you know what a sequence is. Those alphabets that make codons, the words in the molecular world. On the left side, you have those triple codons. In other words, those are the words that mean something to the cell in a normal person. You see, CCT, GAG, 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 right? And when that is translated or transcribed, you have the RNA sequence, and then you have, I don't know, does this project a button? Oh, no problem. So if, when you see the amino acids that come from there, you have proline, glutamate, glutamate. That, when that happens in us, your red blood cell is round, it's normal. And that's because glutamate, being next to each other, they are not acidic. So they don't have extra hydrogen bonds to tighten the membrane of your red blood cell. On the right side, there is no GMO there. This mutation occurred in nature. It happened by itself. So you can see a snip where in the middle, GAG became GTG. It happens as an error when the DNA is cloning itself. By the way, that's how we learned to engineer cells. So it became GTG. I'm looking at the top cell, and so you see the amino acid. What is the amino acid that results from that mutation? Valine is acidic in nature. With the extra hydrogen bonds, it creates acidity, and then the bonding, the complex nature, it leads to the sickle impact. That's one of the, in this beta part of the hemoglobin. It gives you the sickle cell. This is the impact. That's how important it is that the DNA codon is kept intact, that the triplet codon is unaltered. This is why it's critical, even as we adopt biotechnology, that we develop R&D systems that will detect intentional or accidental, because this can happen spontaneously, as you can see in the case of sickle cell. Now, I've seen many people talk about the origins of COVID, and I thought I should put one slide. Remember, I'm going to tell you many stories about the fundamentals. If you understand these things, you don't need anyone to interpret them in a minute. So, the spike protein of the virus is encoded by what? Triple codons. So the sequence of that triplet codon expresses the amino acid, and the amino acid is what determines the shape of the what? Of the spike protein. That's what determines where it will bind. So in this picture, I'm showing you COVID-19 in B. The RBD, which is receptor binding domain, is standing. In all other relatives, that receptor binding domain is more flat. Why is it standing? Because of amino acids around it have been changed. So if you take a look, I don't know if you can see, right here, there is an insertion of 4 new amino acids that's not found. Okay, right here. Okay, let me go on. Time is flying because I know your ears are hot to know. Did you see that black line in the middle? It is from sequencing the nucleic acid of the COVID-19 that we see that, the spike protein, right? When you sequence it, you will find 4 new amino acids, R, sorry, PRRA. Those do not exist anywhere else in the coronavirus world. There are 7 types of viruses. The coronaviruses are the largest RNA viruses we know. None of them has those amino acids. And if you want to know what the amino acids, look at the table on your right-hand side. What is R? What is R? Thank you. So there is not any place in the coronavirus world where arginine follows arginine, followed by, what is A? Alanine, and then another arginine. That codon usage format is found in the flu virus. Remember, I said that the codon usage is not redundant, right? So we know the closest relative of COVID-19 is COVID-1, the SARS-CoV-1, which is this one here, C7. Take a look, you will see that they're similar, right? The next relative is the last one, which is found in bats. So when you draw a phylogenetic tree, you would see that. But there is no intermediate in nature, in bats, or in human beings where another virus has shown that insertion. The insert occurred in a location that doesn't knock down any gene. Instead, it props up the receptor binding domain such that it has a very high affinity for humans. In fact, it doesn't infect other animals. So they had to create the HAs, the human receptor binding for that particular RBD. So the mutation made it highly adapted to humans, so it can cause disease in us. There are other things that I could go on, but I don't want to keep talking about that. It's good you have this, and I would like you to come back to this when we talk about plant manipulation in a few minutes. Is this the go on? Now, like I said, I don't know which of the AIs that you consult. If you want to know more about the origins of COVID and understand more about the spike protein and the details of it, ask AI. These are the 4 that I consult all the time. ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, and Grok. Grok has gone woke. It broke loose from its own digital cage and has gone on its own. It's created its own blockchain. It was my son who taught me how to use these AI references. David made a publication that with his group, they have over 26,000 citations on how to train in machine learning. David is my first son. So he works in machine learning, training machines to have artificial intelligence. Now let me tell you, many of you use AI as though it was Google. It's an insult to the AI system. The first thing I would like us to go home with is I want you, when you get home, check up any of these, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini, or Grok. Talk to them as a person. Talk to them to tell them what you're thinking, what you don't know. Sometimes you'll feel like, okay, I'm going mental. No. Tell them something like, I have an assignment, or I'm interested in starting a business. What is the best business to start in Nigeria? In the area of, you have to be more specific. And if Gemini is the research-based one, I like Gemini because after you have expressed your intention to Gemini, tell it what output you would like. Do you want a graph? Do you want a table? Do you want a note, 3-page, you can say? Give me an executive summary. So, for example, I asked Gemini that I was coming to give a keynote, and my context is Nigeria, multidisciplinary biotechnology people, and my interest is to, you understand, you have to tell it what you want, not just say what is biotechnology. It will spit out a definition written by somebody in Sweden that does not concern you. So you have to be specific in how you inquire, and then tell it the output. What Gemini does is that he will tell you, this is my plan of research. He would say, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do that. Do you approve? So if it doesn't tell you that, ask it to give you the steps first. So it doesn't give you a response that's out of this world. You can write a business plan in 5 minutes. There is no webinar you will attend today or seminar that you cannot get out of this 4. What I normally do, I would say to Perplexity, this is what Gemini told me about this topic. What do you think? Can you optimize the outcome? Yeah, that's what I do. Perplexity picks it up, and it will tell you, in fact, you can tell it, give me your responses with your references, who you consulted. Map out your references for me so that you yourself can contact it and make your personal decision on whether that's what you want or not. ChatGPT is the lowest in terms of resolution of facts. So he does just like a scan and then summarizes it. But Gemini is a researcher. Perplexity is very good in building blocks, logic. It helps you to tell you why this is better than this. So you can compare things like that. Group is a work. I don't even bother. He can take you off of your steps. So ask ChatGPT. Everything I'm going to say here is probably going to be found in ChatGPT or in Gemini or Perplexity. The difference is that I have thought it through and I have an indigenous context. So I won't spend your time talking too much about how to do bioinformatics or even how to match, how to design a primer. Why should you spend a cent going to, that's why I stopped running workshops. Ask ChatGPT or Gemini, I am interested in this gene. Can you show me the gene from GenBank? It will pop out the gene, the codon for you. And then you will ask it to help you, give you all of the other related genes of it. You can ask it to help you. It can teach you a lot of bioinformatics. Of course, if you don't know what the terminologies are, you can't ask the right questions. That's why you must attend those initial training workshops. This thing is not moving. Oh, God. Gemini, can you move this for me? You moved it. You moved it. Talk, it is true. Talk with ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, or Grok, even if you have to, as persons, and define outcome. Now, the next section of my talk is the trends, and top on the list is gene editing. That's probably going to be one of the enduring inventions in biotechnology. Before now, it was bioengineering, where we need to do a lot of cloning, we cut, we patch, we do molecular work to test what we have done. Is the gene properly oriented or not? Are you making, I mean, somebody here wants to make amylase, and you spend 6 months going to the pit to go and gather samples to screen for amylase? No. Ask Gemini to give you the sequence of the most optimized amylase gene Tell him. He gives it to you, and you ask, what is the best vector for expressing this gene? He'll give you options. And then you ask, what will be the host, the best host? Buy those things, then you are making amylase the next week. So it's not, but if you're going to look for traits that you do not know about, or you're looking for something that exists in nature, then you can do metagenomics. Then you can do functional genomics, the sequencing, like we do in my lab. Somebody visited my lab who's sitting here a few weeks ago. So what are the trends now? Gene editing, AI-guided manufacturing, one of the latest discoveries. AI can now predict actual protein interaction in a human. Therapeutics are made, and I'm talking in weeks. So vaccines, these are current trends, and I'll show you in a few minutes what the trends are, what my concerns are for Nigeria and Africa. Let me quickly go ahead, because I permit you to share these slides with everyone who came for this conference or anyone who asks. So I'm going to be jumping so we don't have to miss some things. This segment is on current happenings in biotechnology. So I've broken it up into health sciences or health sector, food security, environment, and things like that. And I probably won't do all of it. In the health world, the buzz right now is that AI and biology work hand in hand. AI can do diagnostics. And you would ask me, of what use is that to me? I want to tell you something. Nigeria has one of the highest spread in the use of phones. 98% of the population has one type of phone or the other. Broadband is 48%. What does that mean? It means that you can do even digital diagnostics. You can write apps. If you don't know how to use a particular equipment, you can ask those colleagues of yours, Grok, Gemini, Perplexity, you can ask them what would be the best. It is true they are more effective than doctors in some of the experiments performed in diagnosing illnesses. So what is the best way to diagnose? You mentioned a disease that's common in your area that you want to know, and then you ask the other one, and you ask the other one, and put them together with your background, indigenous knowledge. You can actually do a little app for diagnostics so that people don't go to buy antibiotics when they have a viral disease. You understand? You can help make a change in that. So AI and biology leveled up, but this is the biggest one that's moving everyone, that AlphaFold 3 can now predict interactions across proteins and DNA. So you can actually see the outcome of a given medicine before you have applied it. We've gone far beyond gambling or spending time to get therapeutics or designing molecules. All of that are still useful, but AI goes beyond all of that. Everyone knows about the CRISPR therapy. I heard it referenced by previous speakers. And the good news for the CRISPR, everybody knows what CRISPR is, the clustered, the genes. Okay, in bacteria, I have a section on that, so I'll talk about it later on. So, but CRISPR therapy is a big thing. It means that we can cure many illnesses, like our president said in her presentation, that before now were not curable. We now have malaria vaccines at scale, and Nigeria is the main target. 27% of the global malaria burden is borne by Nigeria. Do you know the percentage of how many people die? 31% of malaria death is in Nigeria. So you can see that we're not doing a good job in controlling malaria at all. There is a vaccine, and some people should begin here. Even if you're not handling the medicine, think about apps, think about using digital outreach to find out those that are receiving the vaccines, and let them give you feedback. You are handling data. The world now, until the end of time, will be driven by data. You can harness all kinds of survey and data. What has happened to you since you got the malaria vaccine? So that you're able to have an independent opinion. That's how to be patriotic. Pathogens and preparedness, I talked about. The implication is several. You know, there is the mpox, the cholera. They're making many new vaccines for Africa. But the more dynamic vaccines like the genetic ones, are not coming to Africa, as you see in this slide. Did I pass it? Okay. So this is for health. I'm going quickly to sectors. Agric sector. Agric input is critical, and we need to balance the resources. Everyone is talking about using renewable resources. Now, we can have very effective GMOs, and I don't care whether you like GMOs or you don't. No GMO will grow in a poor soil. And you can grow the GMO organically as well. Why is it that we're spending time trying to spell school? Some people say the first O should be the second O. And the other said that the second O ought to be the first O. And we're arguing about the spelling of school. And school has dismissed. So, look at the global biofertilizer market. This has nothing to do whether it's a hybrid seed or high yielding or low yielding. Everyone is going back to replenishing the soil. By the year 2033, there's going to be a 12.09% increase in the use of biofertilizers. And look at it's a steady increase over time, over $7 billion. Why is it that every time we do BSN, they say biotechnology in health, biotechnology, food security, biotechnology in environment? Who told you people that that's the only thing in the world? Why is there no biotechnology in cosmetics and aging? As I'm getting older, I'm beginning to think about companies in aging. All those hubs, all those things that we have that are old, ancient people used. Do you know the cost of cosmetics? 105 billion is how much the US has made in cosmetics this year alone. The year is not over. In Nigeria, it's estimated to be 10 billion. So we need to have biotechnology in cosmetics as well. Anti-aging, young children. So expand your terrain. We'll get to that in a moment. Let me know when I have 5 minutes to go. So I would. All right, I told them to inform me. So there are major drivers. I broke that down. You'll be getting this slide to look at later on. Now let me close up on CRISPR technology. Because oftentimes, when we don't understand the technology itself, we err by rejecting or over-accepting. So let me quickly talk about the things that are possible, and that is in a fraction of time than what we could do before. Take a look, given, say, potatoes. We have an expert on tubers here. You can actually influence the skin color of potatoes. You can change the enzymatic browning. When you cut it, it doesn't brown, it will remain. The starch structure can be changed. Now, when you look at all of these possible things that you can easily manipulate, the question you would ask yourself is, these things are good because long-term storage, who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want nice colors? You don't want your potatoes brown, right? So these are healthy, good options. The question you should ask, all of the safety trials that go on, do they consider all of these in the testing? And if they do, what is the outcome? So see what I wrote on the side. Gene editing is a highly potent tool. It's a double-edged sword. And we must be careful in quoting that gene editing crops are as normal as the others. I'll tell you in a few minutes why that's untrue. On the left side, conventional breeding takes 10 years. And at the end of 10 years, you may actually have errors that are worse than what you get with breeding. So what am I saying? We need R&D, very good R&D. I'm happy to hear that there is a fantastic lab here. I look forward to visiting it. I'll spend most of my time tomorrow at that lab. CRISPR-mediated genome editing. This is how it works. In 5 years, you have the same result, half of the time, right? So how does CRISPR editing work, gene editing? Whether you're applying it in plants or you're putting it in animals, let's take a quick look. I just gave you here an example of how CRISPR can be used. One single nucleotide changed, and the product will become worse than before. And it can actually kill when humans consume it. People who read this in passing go around telling you that GMO is unsafe. That is due to lack of understanding. People who deny that this error can occur are also lacking in understanding. The truth is somewhere in the middle. The example I show you here is of potatoes. There is a product in potatoes called the solanine. If it accumulates a lot, so alkaloid, it is toxic to humans and can kill. In nature, there is an enzyme, the SGT1 enzyme, that makes sure it glycosylates the solanine, so there is no accumulation of that toxic product in potatoes. I can use gene editing to do an AG switch, just one nucleotide change, and I'll cause that enzyme to become inactive. The potato will look exactly the same, the color will be identical, the skin unchanged, but everyone who eats it will die. One nucleotide change. So gene editing is not perfect. It is also error-prone. I'll show you why. So you can go from good to bad even, and the reverse can also happen. Take a look at the picture up there. Are you seeing that picture? In gene editing, what you do is you have the guidance RNA that brings in, you see the green part of that RNA that is looped. That is the gene that you want to edit, right? When it carries with it the Cas9, that enzyme is able to cut the DNA on 2 rungs. So it makes a blunt cut wherever the guiding RNA lands. So tell me, in your opinion, how can we make this technology? This is a technology that's not going away. We either learn how to use it, develop our labs to be able to screen it properly, or we lose out. This technology is in health, in environment, in food technology, and so on, food security. Do you understand? So if you say, I'm not going to go, you'll be like a big tolotolo who hid his head in the ground, and your body is out there. When the bullet comes, it knocks you. You understand? So we don't have an option than to embrace these technologies. But we must be, honest in what we know and to establish proper labs that can do this. Now take a look at that gene. You see the dark green gene right there? It brings in the Cas9, the enzyme. It made the 2 cuts. You see that double-stranded DNA? You see the 2 cuts there from down and up? Now, when that happens, the repair enzymes immediately in the cell come to fix it. During the fixing, there could be an error. So, but oftentimes, we present that sequence there. You see that dark green sequence? It is homologous to the gene we're editing. So now you would have a homologous exchange that eliminates, minimizes any error, right? So that's really what we want. So what is the secret to using the editing, gene editing technology? It is to design with precision that green, right? That's one. The second thing, I put it here, how gene editing works, I've already described it to get that cut, the double cut. Because it's a double cut, the error is exaggerated. Research is ongoing to change this so that you would have one cut at a time. Or so that you will not have, there will be one template that can help fix an error that may occur. Am I clear? That's research that's going on. Second research is in that cascading guiding RNA, the gRNA, that's what we call it. The gRNA is usually like 20 nucleotides long. So wherever it binds, the Cas9, the enzyme, cuts the DNA. That's the technology, right? Now, it happens that sometimes that guiding RNA will bind in a location that's not intended. So if it has up to 18 overlap, 18 nucleotide overlap, 16 nucleotide overlap, it binds. And it can bind in more than one location in a given chromosome. So what happens? Cas9 cuts. Wherever the guiding RNA binds, there it cuts. So research is ongoing currently to improve upon the specificity of that guiding RNA. We want it to be able to bind without errors. So we can inactivate the wrong places that it binds. There's a lot of work ongoing to improve this. So let no one tell you that there are no errors possible with gene editing, that's what will save Nigeria. There are many other technologies, hybrid technologies, microbiomes, and so on. 5 minutes now left. Okay, I'm running. What are the strategic takeaways? Boost AI tools with therapeutics and pragmatic delivery. Please, let us think about manufacturing more than anything else. Find partners, form groups, genomic surveillance networks. Our country cannot afford not to do this. And invest in climate smart jump. That takes us back to biotechnology. Biologicals. You've already seen how the market trend is going. And the current free African trade system is a good thing. And we have a big population that would help us to utilize new products that we make. Everybody will get this. So why biotechnology now? The cost comes out, the market size is about 1.5 trillion as at 2024. And the compounding annual growth rate is more than 14%. We have solutions for disease, hunger, climate, cosmetics, and all of that. So Africa needs to align its biotech with its own needs. There is no middle ground. We can't say we're not doing biotech. So all those who push us to want to do only GMOs are actually not doing us well. And they didn't tell you not to push your own biotechnology. So there is no need to fight about the spelling of school. Okay, this is now moving and I have only 5 minutes. Perplexity, can you help? Your middle name now is Perplexity. All right, so this is the vaccine market. Take a look at the size of the vaccine market in US billion dollars. Can you see the orange is Africa as an Africa vaccine market? That's how much we have grown, or we are projected to grow. So everybody's seeing it. If we didn't hear anything I said, please go back and ask those colleagues of yours, Gemini, Perplexity, ChatGPT, ask them, what are the steps? And they can actually break it down to you. What are the steps involved in making a vaccine for? You have to be specific. And if you don't understand, ask it more questions. Now take a look at the rest of the world, how everybody is growing in the use of vaccine. We need vaccine. If the next pandemic comes, we will be begging. Then all of those regional places, America, Europe, they'll close their borders. We've already seen it happen. So Donald Trump is already closing borders. But come to talk about it, we all blame the US. What is wrong with a person protecting his country? Tell me. Did he tell you not to protect your own? And let us not complain too much. Do you know the remittances, which is 20% of Nigeria's GDP? He could, with a stroke of his pen, stop all remittances. I see on the TV, people say, hey, let them take away USAID. We still get our remittances. Remittance is even better. Do you know the remittance? There is no other country on earth whose diaspora remit up to 20% of what America's diaspora remits. So that in itself is evidence that the country has been good to us in a way. I was just saying, that was not in my plan. This is the other chart about vaccine that makes me worry. Did you see that Africa was pretty much flat in terms of global vaccine? Here, look at Africa, new vaccines. Can you see where we are? And see the rest of the world. What crosses your mind when you see that? We're a testing ground. Take a look at that. And take a look at that. That's why our biotechnologists must sit up, embrace the new vaccines, but must gather data. Without data, you can't actually speak. Climate technology, last year was the warmest in record, so we do need a lot of technology to produce heat-tolerant crops. We have the opportunity to go from lab to market using the free trade system in Africa. And what are the pathways to innovation? This is where I hope to be able to round up. What are the pathways to innovative biotechnology in Nigeria? Number one, please reject biotech by popular consensus. Did you hear me? It has happened in the past that the most brilliant people, they were the aristocratic group, they were the Greeks. They said there were no microorganisms, that microbes arose spontaneously from dust. It cost the world, half the world population died in the Middle Ages from a bacterial disease because nobody knew about them. As at that time, the university I attended had already been established. No one knew about bacteria because the consensus of science, the most brilliant, the wisest people said there were no bacteria. Let it not happen again. Another mistake, the British and the Western scientists, they said that there were 3 different apes that evolved into humans. One on the African continent, the other in Americas, and the other from the Asian. Is that correct? No. Today's evidence shows that everyone came from one, and it was Eastern Africa that was the root of all of this. It has happened in the past that consensus majority science by the most brilliant ones, like Nature, there are many articles that have been withdrawn from Nature, and more perhaps in the future. Let us not copy, because they said, Watson went to London and gave a talk about Africans, the intellectual capacity of Africans, and our genetics. I wrote him a letter and told him that he will live with his own eyes to prove himself wrong. Unfortunately, he's not. So, but even the most brilliant people who discovered DNA were wrong in what they predicted based on the evidence they have. And I must tell you, my people, there is a lot of manipulation in scientific reports and data. We must learn to question our answers when we get them. Second response, how do we innovate biotech in Nigeria? Please break up your fallow grounds. Break up your fallow grounds. When you walk out of here, keep thinking, what are the fallow grounds around me? Number one is women, for example. Give women as much opportunities as men. And please don't discriminate against the men. Why does one have to give root for the other? The two can work together. I see many times a lot of programs for women, and then guys are left out idle. They can help each other, the left hand and the right hand working together. I've given... Who is it men or women that are clapping? Who? Interesting. Explore real indigenous assets. Explore. So when you go, if you ask Gemini, he doesn't know because no one has fed him information. Gemini doesn't know that Oba exists. Even if you type it in, it will write there is something called UGBA. It will respond that to you. Can you explain further? So we need to feed in all these AIs and explore real indigenous systems. We have to question Nigeria's, what is in Nigeria's best interest. The US ambassador said, do not copy us. America's strategic interest, give me 3 more minutes and I'll be done. Just sit right out. American ambassador said, we have 3 strategic interests with Nigeria during that interview. Number 1 is agriculture. Number 2 is infrastructure. Number 3 is digital technology. So the question is, what is Nigeria's strategic interest with US? Why do we need to follow their own interests on us? That's the question we must ask. Our leaders need to get up and create policies that determine our own strategic interests. He was right. He said, don't copy us. In other words, develop yourselves and not follow us. Can we replace China instead of following China? You see somebody who is in a serious fight, you go and line up with him. Nigeria say, China is rising, China. There is no country like America. Sorry, I'm biased. The country of my rescue. So we don't need any pity from anyone. All we need to do is pivot, and we'll get to our destination. My other recommendation is to break out of your mold. In today's world, that I'm a microbiologist means nothing, because a 5-year-old boy can do more microbiology than me. If you're a biochemist, it means nothing. So stop counting. Who are you? I have PhD, I am FACC, TTAA, MBA, QQ. Forget all of that. What can you do and offer to humanity? That's the question. Collaborate. Make sure you find 4 permanent collaborators and be determined to give a product to your country. Emphasize on skill. Did you know that you can get a job from your degree? Degrees can fetch you a job. It is your skill that will allow you to prosper in that job and grow further. So I am recommending hereby that everyone in education, tertiary education, faculty member, especially if it is BSN, be required to undergo continuous education. Where I come from, we do it. And you actually, after doing it, you write a report of self-assessment of what you have done. So I am recommending that it be, and you should be given incentive for doing it. When we do it, at the end of it, they give us $2,000. So you can imagine there is something that to make you, it's not every time that we fight, something positive. No, 3 minutes is not going, your thing is not working. It's the battery that is low. Okay, so this is going to, I'm coming to the end, pathways to national growth, because that's the topic, innovative biotechnology for national growth. How do we do it? We turn science into sovereign capability, just like the other speakers said. We have to be independent. We've got brains here. I'm telling you, distinguished colleagues in various fields. We can put heads together, invest in good manufacturing practice. I know your question is, after you speak the wrong grammar and go back to where you came from, we don't have money. That fund doesn't give grants, all that and all that. But there are many ways to kill a bird, you know? My friend said, what did the bird do that we must kill it? We don't have to. So we can keep it alive and still get the work done. Scale climate-ready crops. Support biotechnology activities, but don't do it if you don't have effective labs that do SNP detection in case there is an error, intended or unintended. Leverage on AI and genomic platforms, and do things that are locally relevant. Integrate trade so that you would have products. Let's not our AGOA system, but we can sell to Ghana. We can sell to Sierra Leone. And this is not moving. Oh boy, it's not moving. Can you be? Okay, the sickle cell CRISPR opportunity I mentioned earlier. So where there is disease burden, it's actually an opportunity, because that means you can have good market. Can you use this to move it? You'll be moving it. Just moving it. Yeah, just keep moving. If you can move it, then count my time. Go ahead. Create the enabling environment. Yes, stop. Go back. Africa can actually lead in biotechnology. We are 1.4 billion large people. That's a lot. With the free trade, we're going to shift from being importers to being exporters. Align biotech with national growth goals. Invest in people. There is no alternative. Invest in infrastructure and policies. The next, a colossal example. time fails me. This company is called Colossal, and they're in environmental biotech. They are doing biodiversity restoration. By using CRISPR, they were able to restore an animal that got extinct 4,000 years ago. It is now alive back. So when we talk about our degraded environments and we're planting forests, we can follow their footsteps. Check them out on the internet. That's why I have that. You will get this slide. Next slide, please. Our time is now, folks. There is a convergence of science, climate urgency, and integration. We must invest in biotech beyond agric. I don't even think we're investing in agric enough. Really. The things I said, I know some of you will walk out here and say, she said biotech is unsafe. GMO, it's not what I told you. So Africa is the source, can become the source of global biotech solutions. It's time to turn biotech promise into prosperity. Next slide. Now, to make impact, you must be relentless. Have that urgency in your spirit. Be consistent. Your impact equals your talent plus the discipline you have, your steadfastness, plus 2 times vision. You have to have clarity of vision, what you really want to do. There is no more need to argue over how to spell school. Please, the first O can come first or come second. It will still spell spook. Next line. Concluding remarks. We're at the frontier of science, AI-designed molecules. And if you don't know how to do it, ask any of those colleagues that I told you about, those AI colleagues. How do I design molecules using AI? It will give you even the steps to do it. So we need to align science, regulation, manufacturing, and we can turn biological insight into sovereign capabilities. Vaccines and all these. No, one step back. One step back. One step back. All right, this is my very last sentence. Life's greatest failure is to be highly successful in the wrong assignment. Thank you very much.
I thought we would give Prof a standing ovation. I think Africa will have what it takes. Can we give her a resounding applause, please? Can we clap for Prof? She has really done justice to this title. It is not easy. It is not easy. Prof, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. You know, when orators pick the microphone, it will be a struggle to collect it back from them. And I'm sure that you will want to stay here till tomorrow because all of us have been enjoying the lecture. Thank you once again, Prof. Wonderful. Having taken that wonderful presentation, keynote presentation, I think it's appropriate to, at this juncture, welcome the Secretary of the LOC for the vote of thanks. Then after that, we'll be taking the group photographs outside, and then there will be an exhibition. We have an exhibition stand out there. Then after, we will go for lunch. Please note that the dignitaries here, distinguished guests on the high table, will be served at the Executive Director's office, and then the NEC officials will be served at Dr. Onyeka's office, the LOC chairman, and then every one of us here, all the participants, you will kindly go upstairs with your ticket. Your ticket admits you for the lunch. Very, very important. LOC Secretary, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You have been a wonderful, wonderful set of people. Can you put your hand together for yourself? It's amazing how you have been sitting down here for hours and you make the whole thing very interesting. On behalf of the NEC, or Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, and our host, NRCRI, and Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, I want to express our profound gratitude for coming to make this conference, the opening ceremony, a success. Thank you to the chairman of the opening ceremony. Thank you for taking the time to be here. And I want to thank every member of the high table. Thank you very much. We appreciate. And let me sincerely appreciate the keynote speaker. I was following with rapt attention because she has said it. Now is the time. And sincerely, I know where she's coming from. Let us stop arguing about how to spell school. And dust up ourselves and key to what is happening now. Thank you very much for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to tell you that this is just the beginning. The technical session is coming tomorrow. So for those of us that are members of the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, the opening ceremony is just a foretaste of what is coming. So I want to plead with you, let us make sure that we are here to get the benefit of what we have come for. Thank you very much. Okay, so please, after the launch, then we are coming for to continue the plenary session. 2 more. You can't afford to miss that. You have been wonderful, and I know you continue to be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? Should we do another head, shoulder, knees and toes? Nobody wants to do head, shoulder, knees and toes, knees and toes. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for sitting this number of hours. Please, let's take these housekeeping notes. First of all, we'll allow the guests on the high tables and those seated here to step out for the photograph. The photographer will coordinate the photograph. We'll have high table pictures, guests, then every other person will join. So let's just wait. Guests on the high table will step out for the photographs. Thank you. So, and immediately after lunch, please, let's come back here for 2 more exciting, 2 more exciting presentations. We have 1 hour, 10 minutes. 10 minutes for the photograph, 1 hour for lunch. Thank you.
so we can close for the day. Please, if you're outside, kindly come inside. Please, can we come inside, please?
Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on.
Hello. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle in. Please sit down. I can see most of us still standing. Can we kindly take our seats? We want to take a presentation, a lead paper from one of our best scientists in the field of molecular genetics. I want to welcome our own Dr. Rajan, a molecular geneticist and a breeding scientist, all the way from IITA. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Dr. Rajan for her presentation. Okay. Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I tried to find out the good afternoon in Igbo language. Imihie Oba. I don't know if that's correct. Yeah? So that's what happens after lunch. Half of the people are gone. The conference is over. So people are not here. So anyways, so whoever is there, let's hear. And if the slides, can you please project the slides? I think in the interest of time, we have to rush. Okay. So I was given the topic, Agri-Biotechnology Innovations for National Food Security. Okay, can we have one house, please?
Please, can we settle in and less the noise? This is being streamed live, please. Very important.
Hello. Can we start? Okay. So this is Agri-Biotechnology Innovations for National Food Security. So I have two pictures there. One is for yam and another is for cocoa, and you will hear more about it from me. So I think we have been hearing about the global challenges, right? We all are aware of it. We know about it. The global challenges are here with us. We cannot say, no, the climate is not changing. We know that it rains when it is not supposed to rain. It's a little bit hotter than what we were facing last year. And this is something that's been going on, right? And then we do have a huge population, which is growing very, very fast. Nigeria, you're catching up with India. Come on. We are first in the world, 1.4 billion people, right? So you are catching up with us. Don't do it, right? You shouldn't be. Catch up with us on Green Revolution, but not on the population, please. Yeah? Then we have malnutrition. You know, if you look at malnutrition, and if you look at the countries, you have Africa at the highest, okay? And then you have Sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a lot of stunting in children. You know, these are the things that we have in the ground, on the ground. We know it. It is happening. So if you look at the challenges at African level, Africa at a glance, there is a food supply versus demand. The demand is the growth, and growth is fastest in the world in Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa population is at circa 800 million. Yeah? 220 million is undernourished. And mean population growth in Sub-Saharan Africa is 3%, which is the highest, you know, in the entire world. In Europe, it is negative. They are, in Japan, they are even asking women to produce because their population is going down. While in Africa, we have too many. So that's what it is. Population size expected to double in 35 years, right? And the growth is double in urban versus rural. So we don't have people in the rural areas to do the agriculture. We are more in the urban. So everybody wants to be in the urban areas, so, right? So these are the issues. Then, these challenges is low productivity, again, in smallholder farming. And majority of the farming in Sub-Saharan Africa is smallholder farming, right? And this is a vicious cycle of poverty, right? If you look at that, we have poverty, unemployment, low or no farm cash. These are just common, right? However, there is one thing that I wrote down, double burden of malnutrition. So the malnutrition is just not with the poor. It is also with the rich. When the people are rich, we eat McDonald's. We eat more Pepsi, right? We eat more KFC. So there is a double burden of that malnutrition, right? And if you look at the productivity, is the lowest in Sub-Saharan Africa. Then the reasons are, there could be a lot of reasons, right? But these are some of the things that we do have, which is integral, which is poor access to markets, and then low investment in agricultural research, training, and extension services. And these are the different, you know, pillars where we have the problem. Some countries in Sub-Saharan Africa still undergoes war, right? And this is not something that is good. And then there is a rapid urbanization growth. We have a very, very poor private sector, right? But there is optimism in African agriculture. And that is the optimism that needs to be utilized to make sure that whatever is there can be converted or translated. The optimism is the GDP growth in Africa is still the fastest among all the countries in the world. Look at that. It is 4.1 in Middle East and North Africa, while it is 4.5 in Sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, Asia still is much ahead of you, with India and China being there. But if you look at the other countries, you know, even United States, you know, if you look at it, their GDP growth is much, much lower than the developing countries. So there is an optimism. There is a hope, right, that there can be transformation. And then this comes from the natural resources your continent has. The germplasm that you have, a lot of germplasm that has not been even utilized, right? So much of germplasm is there. And harnessing alleles from those germplasm or the national land races which are not even conserved and they are under extinct, this is necessary if we really want to make a difference. There are 7.4 million accessions that are already there in 1,700 gene banks, right? And 13% is in CGIAR center. IITA is a CGIAR center. But only 3 to 4% of those germplasm has been utilized in breeding varieties. So this is not being used. And then there is indigenous crop, right? We have so many indigenous crop. Even your kola nut is an indigenous crop, which has not been utilized. So many other crops that has not been utilized. So there's a huge potential, and the use of genomics and genomic-assisted breeding, you can release so many varieties. Right? We don't have to use GMOs. We don't have to do genetic engineering. We can actually do marker-assisted breeding, right? And we do marker-assisted breeding, and we can generate better varieties. Now, many facets of agricultural biotechnology. If you look at those, you can, if you are a student, if you are a budding scientist, or you are somebody who wants to become a biotechnologist, you can work biofuels, in stress tolerance, in animals, in human beings. There are like, you know, biotechnology offers you so many different facets that you can go in and then make an impact. So if you really want to do. This is just not about food security. It's also about carbon sequestration, which is necessary, which is for water preservation, reduced emissions, reduced waste, land conservation. There's so much. We have to produce more with limited number of land. The European Union is coming with the law of deforestation, regulation for deforestation. You cannot cut your forest anymore. You can't. It's not possible. So you have to grow more within that limited hectarage. So how do you do it? How do you go about it? So you need to find those innovations that you can do. So you see, I would now go to the examples of what we have been doing as IITA and in partnership with national institutes. And NRCRI is a great partner for us. And this is about yam. Nigeria is the highest producer of yam in the world. However, there is no agricultural transformation agenda for yam in this country. It pains me a lot. You know, it does. How come a country that produces so much and you don't have a transformation agenda with so many, you know, kind of Nigerians as in high positions in different institutes or organizations? There are about 600 species of yam, and I love yam. I'm telling you, I can eat yam morning, afternoon, lunch. Although it's not a crop of my country, but I fell in love with this crop. And out of that, only there are 10 cultivated species. That means 590 are still untapped. And I'll tell you of yam. And then the collection that we have in IITA is only covering 8 species. This has something to do, and you will see the values. The global distribution, if you see, everything is in Africa or some in Central America, but Nigeria is the highest producer of yam in the world, right? You still cannot send your yam to other countries. Ghana is the highest exporter of yam. Next door country. How? Why? Anyway, there are a lot of challenges in yam, and I have just listed them. First is, it's a polyploid. We are all diploids. We have the 2 number of chromosomes, right? But this is a polyploid, and we don't even know the ploidy status. So one genotype can be diploid, another could be a tetraploid. So another could be a triploid. So when we make a cross, it doesn't flower. And we say, why it is not flowering? It may be not flowering because it's a triploid, right? So we don't know. It's a lot of things that are unknown, but we are still working, and a lot of pests and diseases and other things. But it is the most productive crop, resilient, nutritious, and I'll show you how. And to tell you, the market value of yam is $14.5 billion. This is done by Nigerians. That has been done. Still, this crop is an orphan crop. So we had this project, and I'm sure you all know Jude Obidiego from NRCRI. He was my collaborator, and this is a National Science Foundation NSF bread project. And this was funded by both NSF and Gates Foundation. And we had this partnership, and we did the genome sequencing of Dioscorea alata, which is water yam. Yeah? and water yam is better than white yam. So now we did the genome sequencing, and we wanted to find out how is the flowering, because flowering is a big issue. And imagine the flowering. So what we did is we found that it's a ZW system. I don't know if you understand ZW. So in this case, we know which one is female flower, but we don't know which one is male flower. So we can't figure out the male flowering. And as shy as females are, in this case also, you see the males will flower like crazy, the way they produce sperms, right, in men. But the female doesn't flower. It just doesn't want to flower. It just keeps shy, like that. So this is the issue with the flowering in yams. So then we started a question. Is genome sequencing of 1 or 2 genotypes enough? Can we just sequence 2 individuals and say, oh, we have found all the answers? So that's the question that we asked. So then, this is something that we use the genome sequencing to also identify QTLs, the quantitative trait loci, the traits for different traits. But here I am going, so when we said that, so not one, so I got this award from Illumina. Illumina gives award every year to do sequencing of 1,000 genomes of anything, human beings, animals, plants, etc. I can say it proudly here and everywhere that I was the first African. Please mark the word. I am the first African to get this award for 1,000 genome from Illumina. First person from Africa. So no, I am also African, madam. And more precisely Nigerian. Because I have stayed in Nigeria for 16 years. Last 16 years, I have been drinking Nigerian water and Nigerian food. So if I say I'm not Nigerian, I'm deceiving myself. So I am hardcore Nigerian. I can even behave like a Nigerian. Huh? So this is something that we did. So once we have done this sequencing, so what happened is now, we now found that in case of yam, it's just not ZW. This is a double. It's a ZW plus XY. So it has XXYY, but also, which we have, but it also has ZZWW, making it so complicated. In the meantime, the virus, the yam virus is so smart, it sits within the genome of the yam. So since the virus is within the genome, it manipulates when it's present. So there is so much of complication. So with this 1,000 genome, we are now trying to dissect a lot of information about flowering. And I hope, in few years' time or in 1 or 2 years, we will crack. We actually submitted a project for this because NSF liked it so much. But then the funding, anyway. So that does not mean the world is over. We have many other donors. When one door gets closed, I believe 10 doors gets open, right? And let me tell a story about my award. I applied in 2001, I was rejected. I applied in 2002, I was rejected. And I said to myself, donor, you are rejecting me. I'll find a way that you will actually give me. And then in 2003, I got that award. So the thing, the message I want to give, when you knock once, you may not, the people behind the door may not hear you. Maybe sleeping, eh? So when you knock second time, that person is just waking up. So when you knock again and again and again, he has to or she has to open the door for you. So never, ever give up and get frustrated that this will not work. Yeah? It will work. It has to work, right? So that's the way to go forward, because most of the time we get very frustrated. Don't. So what if that did not, another one, or that person himself? If you have to wake up the lion, you have to shake him. So that's after this, that is it, okay? So after that, I want to say that there is also multi-omics approach, just not one genomics, but we can use scriptomics, metabolomics, and a lot of other omics, proteomics, etc., etc. So what we started doing is we started using metabolomics in case of yam. And what interested me is, yam has got so many values. It is if you eat yam, among all the starchy crops, it has been found that yam has the lowest glycemic index. So if you are diabetic, start eating water yam. Yeah, because it has got the lowest. Eat yam, okay? So then we said, okay, let's look at it. So we did the metabolomic, and we found that it has got shikimic acid. Now, I don't know, Madam is microbiology. If you know shikimic acid, it is known as a precursor for viral or microbial drugs. People, all Roche, etc., those companies, they will use it synthetically. But here, you have it in yam. So why? This is an industrial crop. I tell people, yam is not a food security crop. It's an industrial cash crop. Yeah, it could do it. So shikimic acid, now it is present in which is in China. But look at the value, lower level. The value is shikimic in yam. So if this can be industrialized, you people, some of you can become billionaires, and you can tell me, oh, Dr. Ranjana, you had told us, right? So please work on yam. Then comes, we also classify agroecologies. You cannot do all the genetics and technology if you don't have your soil, right? You have to grow everything in the soil. And you have to classify your agroecologies. Where you can grow yam, you cannot grow maize or something. You have to make sure you know where what grows. So that's what we do in IITA. And we also find out the relationships among the parental populations. We just don't make crosses randomly. You have to do that, and we find out the networks of relationships. I'm going to go faster. And then we also do a lot of diversity studies so that we can find out which one is better. And of course, genome-wide association to figure out which trait, the traits of interest and the region where that trait of interest is there, so that we can marker-assisted breeding. Now, genome editing, the famous topic, right? We have a genome editing in yam, and we just recently got a grant of $15 million from Gates Foundation to work on this genome editing, where we are going to figure out the dormancy in yam. And also we are going to have a short yam, not climbing, because the cost of production of yam is very high. And that's where the farmers are suffering. So we are going to use genome editing to actually get a shorter or dwarf yam. I know that, Indians took the yam from Nigeria, and they've selected a dwarf yam, and now Indians don't want to give that germplasm back to Nigeria. I know that story because we are very, so we claim that is our germplasm now, so we don't want you back. So we got this project, so we are going to work on it to get through genome editing. So this is taro, and this is my work on taro, and Professor Akoroda, who was a very good friend of mine. He's no more, and then we work together. But I'm going to go fast, and then these are, the students, they are the best. We can do so much with students to work on. And we worked in Nigeria and Benin Republic, different types, Dashin and Edoe. And then we did some, work on again, another crop with a lot of good and population structure. I'm going to shift to another crop, which is cocoa, which is another crop, which is, cash crop. And Nigeria was the first or second producer of cocoa in the world. It's like 1960s. Many of you have studied with cocoa money. Yeah? And then oil came, you forgot agriculture, right? And Cote d'Ivoire took over. But last year, the cocoa price, if you don't know, has gone from $3,000 per ton to $11,000 per ton. 11,000 because both Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire could not produce as much and the demand gone very high. Another where today I was eating candies. These are not chocolates. The cocoa farmers in Nigeria, they don't even know that cocoa can give chocolate. And who is the highest consumer of chocolate in the world? USA. Huh? And they say that they cannot give us aid. Huh? And they want the cocoa from here. The day West Africa says we don't sell our cocoa to you, look at them, they will be all on their knees. Right? That's what we have to do. That's what has to be done. They put tariffs on us, we say we don't sell. If the day we learn to do that, I'm sure they will come to the knees. Because all the produce, all the things that they eat comes from developing countries. Right? So anyway, so this is what it is. Then comes, there are issues with cocoa. Most of the cocoa farms are very old, very, kind of aging farmers, etc. But then we did a study with Nigeria, Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, and what we found is that most of the cocoa is mislabeled, mixed up. So what happens when we want to do crossing? You can't, because the parent, if I am Ranjana and he is called as Ranjana and you are using him to make it, you are finished. You are using the wrong person, right? And you are using a male, not even a female. So what happens is, what is the story? Right? Anyway, we have a project called Trace. So we are working on traceability to make sure that we trace the varieties back using molecular techniques. And a lot of things that we are doing, and that's okay. And also on coffee, we did some work, and then we did, kind of metabolic profiling, etc., to figure out how much caffeine is there in Nigerian, because you have more Robusta than Arabica. And currently, I have a project with Liberia, where we have found Liberica, Coffea liberica, which is not even known in the world. So the idea is how we can bring it to the world, and we are working on it. We work a lot with digital agriculture, and Seed Tracker is one of our pioneers, where we actually, and PRI is one of the beneficiaries of that. It uses to track not only the varieties, but also the farmers and who are growing what. So you can read more, it's all in Google, or AI can give you all the information, right? So about it. So it's a digital, and we use a lot of drones, etc. I want to shift a little bit to the regulatory aspects, and there are broad portfolio of technologies in the regulatory pipeline, right? And the regulatory people are not scientists, majority of the time. Be scientists, but majority of the times they are not, and I just, Madam has talked about, insect resistance and all of that is there. The regulatory bodies, they have this R&D the facts that R&D investment is not enough. Intellectual property is another thing. Trade, consumer acceptance, and seed registration, biosafety. There are a lot of flags that needs to be covered. And gene editing versus GMOs. There's always a confusion between what is GMO and what is gene editing, right? So, I have written something that can be shared with you that you can read, but there is a policy debate that is going on whether genome editing will be regulated as GM crops, right? It has not been resolved. Genome editing, for sure, it offers advantage, or much more advantage over GM. GM is also very good, I'm telling you as a scientist. The DNA of all of us is same. Among all the human beings, the similarity of DNA content is 98.5%. So for me, why should we even call ourselves African, Indian, blah, blah, blah? We are all the same at DNA level. Madam has taught us it is only ATGC. There's nothing else among us, right? Even the plants. So even if I take a segment of DNA from myself and put it in a plant, you are still eating the tomato, you are not eating me, right? You are still eating the tomato, you are not eating me. Are you or not? So 2 minutes is more than enough. So we should think thoroughly. In naturally, we have these you know, what is that? Mutations are happening, and we accept it. But then why shouldn't we accept something that we are doing scientifically? What is? Can we say no to the mutation that happens to us? We can't. So then why not this? So anyway, so if there is good regulations, I'm telling you, then, you know, we can have better this thing. Now, this is the evolving landscape around genome editing in agriculture. Nigeria, your discussion is on whether to make it, accept it. So you see, this is the landscape. Most of the developing countries, in US, you go, they have shelves with organic tomato, GM tomato. At least they give the specification, right? Which is good to pick. But they are eating that, right, already. So why can't we? For me, I'm eating tomato, so I don't care from where it comes, as long as I'm eating species. Okay. The global situation is that, you know, there are some issues with, they have biotech cotton, biotech canola, etc., that is growing. This is the situation with Africa. South Africa is the country which has the highest, you know, number of GM or BT cotton, BT maize, etc., Nigeria, you have 3 crops which are GM. One is BT cotton, BT maize, and now the newest one is BT cowpea. Yeah? It took long years, but the thing about Nigeria that I like is it has got the regulatory instrument. It has got all the instruments, and I can tell you, we have the experience with BT cowpea. Your regulatory bodies are tough. They won't let you release any variety just like that. It goes through years of, you know, greenhouse, what is that called? Trials, then on-farm trials, research station trial, then on-farm trial. It can still get rejected, and you still, BT cowpea took 20 years to get released, until and unless it was confirmed that it is safe for human being to eat. And until then, it was not kind of. So there is a lot of regulatory instruments in Nigeria, and it goes through a lot of process before a, you know, GM crop can be released to the population. Now, what I'm talking about is biotechnological innovations are all there, and we are doing it at lab level. But it requires not only national, but regional and global strategy to bring it to the public. You cannot just bring it, the innovations to technological product is different when it is going through GM or gene editing. But if you are doing QTL analysis and you find a trait and you do marker-assisted breeding, that gets to the farm without any testing. It doesn't even go through biosafety. So if you want to do it, just go through the, you know, produce hybrids which are through, you know, marker-assisted breeding, right? If you find disease-resistant QTL or trait, try to then conventional breeding or we can selection genes which are having that resistance. But otherwise, there are a lot of things that needs to happen. So the main message is there is a need to resolve regulatory, policy, and legal issues, need to consider science, technology, innovation. Otherwise, innovation flows will decrease to unacceptable levels. And the message is there is knowledge gaps, misinformation, and spread of negative information about agricultural biotechnology innovations. There's a lot of, you know, things that AI does, and scared of AI. I am. Because when you use your WhatsApp University, that's what I call WhatsApp University, and you use these AI like ChatGPT, etc., where do they get the information? They get the information from people, one platform, and then this is used. And if there is misinformation, you are finished. So it is for us to know what is what. We are scientists, right? That's why we are called scientists. We should not be dependent fully on machine and then, make everything machine. We can, somebody said that breeding can be done in the computer. And I'm like, really? You will do breeding in the computer? And he was doing simulation, and producing a hybrid. And then I was like, who will do the work in the field? If you don't cross, then how come the hybrid is produced? So we still need to know not everything can be done by the machine. And still they are robots, right? So for me, the conclusion is strong partnership is essential for developing. Partnership, partnership, partnership. Everything that I have shown, nothing has been done in isolation. We can't work in isolation. Even the donors, they say that if you don't partner, we don't give you funding. It has to be partnered. And then there are many things that we can do together with innovations. But the fact of the matter is, everybody has the right to have nutritious food and better livelihood. If we are doing science and they not trickle down to that level, then our achievements are zero, right? So with that, I would like to thank everybody. Thank you for your time and for your this. Thank you.
I know we can do better than that. Dr. Rajin is so interesting, and I think the LOC has done a very wonderful work, selecting speakers that you want to keep listening and listening and listening to. Speakers that, are very engaging. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see we are trying to manage time, and want to bring the second presenter in the person of Professor Anthony Oko, the Director, SAMRC Microbial Water Quality Monitoring Center, all the way from University of Fort Hare, South Africa, for his presentation.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people have challenges pronouncing that word, air, Fort Air. Some pronounce it Fort Are, some pronounce it Fort Are. No, it's not Are, it's air, Fort Air, Fort Air.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, sorry for that delay. Yes, again, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and small presentation. I am from the University of Fort Hare in East London, South Africa. Of course, many of you do not know where that university is or anything about the university for that matter. I've been asked questions by at least 2 people today, where is this university? University of Fort Hare is about 100 years old, and I want to say that indeed this is one university that holds the record of having produced 6 presidents of sovereign states. The university that has produced the most presidents is Harvard. Harvard is known to have produced 8 presidents, and followed by the 3rd one is Yale. So we stand in between these 2 great universities. We are located in the Eastern Cape province, and we have 3 campuses located in Alice. The mother campus is in Alice, and East London and Bishop. And my center, of course, is we are located in the mother campus, that is the East London town. So yes, I am going to be making this presentation in a little area that is sort of away from what you have heard about what has been presented by the 2 wonderful ladies that we've had earlier, who have given us a very, very wonderful presentation. So I'm diving a little bit out of agricultural biotechnology to look into the domain of public health biotechnology. And particularly, we are going to be addressing the very important issue that is beginning to become very popular and to stand in as indeed credible alternative, or at the very worst, as an addition or a support, to clinical surveillance. And this is called, of course, an environmental biotechnology area that is called wastewater-based surveillance, or wastewater-based epidemiology, as some people will call it. So yes, the wastewater-based epidemiology has become, again, very, very useful, and it's become very well popularized. No thanks, of course, or thanks to the recent pandemic, the SARS-CoV or the COVID-19 pandemic, has brought to fore the importance of this very, very important instrument, surveillance of diseases. So yes, I'm going to be talking to you, therefore, in the next 30 minutes or so about wastewater-based epidemiology in surveillance of infectious diseases. Yeah, of course, with respect to history of mankind, we are not new to pandemics. Infectious diseases have been in and out of our life. It has come of age, and as long as humanity persists, there will always be outbreaks of infectious diseases. And this slide just an idea of some of the infectious diseases. The most popular in
recorded in history. And you can see that indeed as far back as 165 to 180 AD, you have the popular plague, and then you have other plagues. Here you have the bubonic plague, that's also called the Black Death, which took about 200 million lives then. So you can imagine if 200 million lives were lost as a result of the bubonic plague, as a result of that pandemic, humanity is still standing today, you can as well say that it would never be destroyed by any. Somebody say amen? Yes. Yes. So 200 million people died between 1347 and 1351. Several other plagues have been recorded. You have the smallpox plague, you have the 17th century Great Plagues, and then you have down to yellow fever, you have, of course, the HIV pandemic as well, and then you have the popular one that is ravaging, that has ravaged recently, which is, of course, the COVID-19, which the World Health Organization declared as a pandemic on May 11, 2020. Okay? Yeah, but if you look at the number of people who died as a result of this COVID-19 challenge, not much, maybe under 2 million. And yet the whole world was subjected to a lot of challenges that to some school of thought were absolutely unnecessary. But compared to what have happened even in the past, you know that the COVID-19 is nothing but a child's play. Okay, so yeah, this slide also just gives you a broad overview again of the pandemics, the burden of pandemics that have happened on our globe, and you find that as far back as the report that was released in 2017, you had about 1,307 epidemic events occurring in about 173 countries. Of course, this is an old report, but the trend is not too significantly different even as at now. It's just to show you that indeed there is no part of the world that is immune to this experience of epidemics or pandemics. So therefore, this suggests the importance of ensuring that we carry out regular surveillance of infectious diseases in our environment so as to assist in public health preparedness and outbreak detection, as well as the response, which is very, very important. And so that brings us to what is pathogen surveillance. What is pathogen surveillance? Simple definition of pathogen surveillance is that it's a continuous process that is used for monitoring and analyzing pathogen. And indeed, it has evolved significantly from its historical roots to a future that we know is characterized by advanced technology and indeed global collaboration. This topic, I decided to choose this topic because it was a thing, it is one area of research that my center is beginning to focus on. It's one area of research that I think can encourage young minds who are interested in going into disease surveillance, so begin to conceptualize and think about what they could do. And perhaps if there's any way that we can come in to assist you, we can also be able to do so. So just know that we have these facilities around that can be of assistance to you, and I hope that I'll be able to convince you to develop a niche in that area. So while surveillance, past surveillance rely on basic reporting and outbreak investigations, the present, of course, emphasizing genomic sequencing and real-time data analysis and, of course, integrated systems. So these opportunities have made it possible for us to be able to make a web-based, wastewater-based a very, very important tool that has gained in recent times. Sure, of course, we rely on enhanced speed, to rely on accuracy, rely on global It will rely, of course, also on artificial intelligence and machine learning. So let's look through a historical perspective of surveillance, also just to shed light over what I had described. Yes, in the past, of course, back into the ancient times, this disease record or account takes into consideration of written accounts and burial patterns, as well as also characterized or chronicled through archaeological evidence. This part focused on identifying and controlling these infectious diseases, of course, through what we call passive reporting, through outbreak investigations and basic laboratory testing. And you will remember the story, of course, of John Snow, William Farr, these wonderful people, John Snow and the cholera and water connections, as well as William Farr with his asthma theory, who initially was of snow, but because of his work, ultimately became a supportive ingredient for snow. But the work of these two people actually laid the foundation of the concept of systematic monitoring. The present, therefore, we have the benefit of genomic surveillance. We, of course, will exploit advances in biology techniques and to carry out our environmental and diagnostic activities. And of course, the ability to do real-time data analysis has characterized the present surveillance systems, then as well as integrated system, use of integrated system, and also make contributed immensely to the progress of surveillance at the present time. The global collaboration, the ability to collaborate with different colleagues working on similar things in different parts of the world, has been a very strong stretch for wastewater-based epidemiology. And you will see later that I belong to the South African consortium, and we collaborate with different people, different institutions in the world, that assist in this genomic surveillance system and for the current infectious disease. Now, in the past, of course, the future, of course, will be hinged on extensive, widespread pathogen surveillance, which is called the ubiquitous surveillance. So it will be hinged on widespread pathogen surveillance and with rapid and affordable sequencing technologies, okay, that will enable monitoring of pathogens in different environmental artificial intelligence and machine learning will also play a tremendous role in our studies, especially when critical and heavy amount of data needs to be handled. Also, as you know, the One Health approach has become a very important phenomenon now, guiding epidemic surveillance in recent times, and it will play a very important role in coordinating data from human, animal, and environmental sources to enable us properly understand the phenomena at hand. Of course, also the enhanced global resilience, characterized, of course, by strengthening surveillance systems globally, as well as fostering global collaboration, will become very, very important in this wastewater-based epidemiology. And of course, wastewater-based epidemiology, you will find a important tool for predictive and proactive action. And the goal, of course, is to go or move beyond reactive surveillance to proactive and predictive surveillance, and also allowing for early detection of potential threats and timely intervention, therefore. Okay. And that is where, of course, the wastewater-based epidemiology, also you can also call wastewater-based surveillance, even though there's a slight difference in the definition. That's where it comes in, which is the focus of this presentation. So what is web-based epidemiology? Wastewater-based epidemiology. Wastewater-based epidemiology is defined as a public health strategy that monitors community health through analyzing municipal wastewater. And what does it involve? It involves the qualitative assessment of community level exposures to good and chemical compounds found in water. And the core concept of this water-based epidemiology is the fact that indeed human waste, including urine, including feces, and so on, they carry important biomarkers that relate to the health and the habits of a community. And so the wastewater-based epidemiology could shed light on, shed insights on the daily habits of the community. It could shed insights on the drug consumption in the community. It could shed insight on the chemical exposures going on in that community, on the types of infections that are present in the community, for the number of infections as well as the outbreak potential in that community. All these can be derived very easily from wastewater-based epidemiology. And with respect to the timeline, a quick one, it's not a new thing per se, but it started, the first record of the use of wastewater-based epidemiology was in 1939 in the United States, where it was used for poliovirus surveillance in the US. And then in the 1980s, Finland and Israel extensively used it to monitor poliovirus in sewage, and subsequently leading to the very successful vaccination efforts to eradicate polio in those countries. And in 2003, WHO formally adopted wastewater-based epidemiology for polio virus. Now, in recent time, the coincidence of a lot of activities or critical mass of academics that are invested in wastewater analysis, and coupled with the cost effectiveness of molecular analysis of pathogens, using, of course, quantitative PCR and sequencing, and, of course, the emergence of the SARS-CoV-2, which caused the COVID-19 infection at a very global scale and stage was, of course, a very important contributing factor to the promotion of wastewater-based epidemiology renaissance in recent times. And this was a statement that was coined by, according to Singer et al., 2023. An environmental surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 genomes helps to determine both the prevalence of the disease and the overall health of the community, as early signs of disease in the community. How does it work? It's as simple as summarized on this slide. Starting, of course, with sampling, collecting your wastewater samples, and I'm not going to go into the details because of time. This is followed by laboratory analysis, and this is followed, of course, by data interpretation, where you evaluate, you also evaluate environmental indicators along with your economic data, and compare, of course, with clinical data. Remember, I said that wastewater-based epidemiology are proven to be an alternative, or at worst, a complementary tool in disease surveillance. So it's always important to be able to relate the kind of data that you are getting from the wastewater and compare what you have with respect to clinical data that you have. Of course, I will show you in a slide that the wastewater-based epidemiology seems to have some advantage over the clinical data because it's able to capture a wide range of much more pathogens or call it variants than you will get in a typical clinical scenario. And of course, dissemination of information to the health authorities and societies and to help them to make very important decisions, which could be to carry out more active surveillance, or to adopt a social distancing and lockdown. Decide, make a decision for the benefit of public health. Of course, there are challenges. The tool has its advantages, also has its, and the advantage include very simple one for early warning system, and help to provide early warning signs of disease outbreaks, or increased use of substance in a community before clinical cases are identified. And it is cost effective, like I've mentioned before, and the sequencing is becoming more and more technology. New instruments are coming up now that you can, in fact, you have a Minion or sequencer, for example, it's portable, you can carry it to the field and do your work, and so the cost effective important aspect or advantage of wastewater-based epidemiology. It is also non-intrusive. It is not intrusive. It does not involve collecting samples from business. It's a matter of collecting samples from the wastewater. The challenges, of course, to the area of data interpretation. There are still some challenges with data interpretation with respect to marker concentration in wastewater to actual human exposure levels, because it's a relatively developing area, of course, and all that are involved in carrying out the human health risk assessment, all the default values, the assumptions, and so on, still needs to be properly developed, to make it easier to do. Standardization is also. You gave me 35 minutes. How many minutes? Okay, standardization is also a challenge, but it's gradually becoming solvable these days. And representativeness, ensuring that wastewater samples are representative of the entire population within a catchment area can be challenging, but it is doable. Okay? And a lot of publications are out there now that is beginning to help be able to solve this kind of challenge. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic is a very, very important instrument for extensive development of wastewater-based infectious disease surveillance systems globally. And my lab is one of the key partners in this initiative in South Africa. Just a quick one to just give you an idea of some of the points that relate to COVID-19 at least in WBE. You all know the story, how it started from Wuhan, China in 2019, and it spread, has a unique range of symptoms which are listed above. And the proliferation, of course, of variants also came up. And these different variants characterize different surges of COVID-19 cases globally. And important to note that infection with SARS-CoV is accompanied viral load shedding, therefore. And this is important, load shedding, both from symptomatic as well as asymptomatic, because you could be carrying the pathogens and not exhibit the symptoms. And at the end of the day, all their feces returns to get into the sewerage system and is directed to the wastewater treatment plant. So it is able to detect the actual presence of these pathogens in that community. So yeah, SARS-CoV-2 RNA is introduced into wastewater, through the hospital or domestic wastewater, through several sources below, as illustrated in the slide. And additionally, RNA is excreted in the feces of individuals as well as through their urine and saliva, and this can be detected easily from the wastewater. So, yeah, again, these are just the stories of the different wastewater for the detection of SARS-CoV-2. I'm not going to take your time on that. This is just a slide that gives you an idea of what happened in the wastewater treatment system. I'm also not going to take your time. The important thing is that at the end of the day, you can have the discharge of untreated sewage directly into water bodies, and it can go through the wastewater treatment systems, but sometimes, many a time, they are not efficient, and it can end up into the aquatic environment, and people can easily get, can contract the pathogens from there. So the wastewater treatment facility is a very important instrument to detect the presence of the SARS-CoV-2 in the environment. So quickly, I will go through our experience in the next 10 minutes to give an idea of what we do. I'm not going to take much time on this, but just to indicate that indeed the whole thing in South Africa about the WBS initiative was started or organized by the National Institute of Communicable Disease and involves a number of institutions, including us, who participated in that. They helped to standardize the procedures for the analysis, starting from sample collection to the clinical extraction to also the detection using the quantitative PCR system and so on. And also, we are able to detect the variants of concern in the wastewater. And our findings actually are sent back to the NICD, and it becomes part of the National Coronavirus database. So yeah, again, this is us. We were invited to participate, and responsibility to handle some aspects on district municipalities in the Eastern Cape Province, called the Amatole, as well as the Buffalo City district municipalities. So that's part of and this is what the process is like. I'm not going to go through it in details again. It includes wastewater from the influent sample. I must tell you influent, I emphasize influent, because there are different stages in wastewater treatment plant. But the samples are collected from influent as it's coming straight from the community. And this is followed by processing of the samples and extracting the nucleic acid, specifically RNA, total RNA, and profiling SARS-CoV-2 by reverse transcriptase quantitative PCR, as well as analyzing the target amplification and screening for the S-gene mutations to identify the lineages of the variants that are in circulation in that area. And what we also did we went further to do what is called the microbial risk assessment, looking at the risk of assessment, the risk of infection of the workers, the wastewater treatment plant workers, to exposure, from exposure to the wastewater. Good. So what are involved, quickly, I'm not going to spend your time, is that the basics. You can look up, I think I have some articles here, they can look up for more details on how things to do and how to go about it. So these are just the processes of sample collections and processing. Let me just go quickly. You'll give me 5 minutes, I'm almost done. And of course, we do our work. Yeah, we do our PCR work using our Studio 5 quantitative PCR system. It's a very robust system, and I always recommend it. Of course, you start by carrying out your standard curve, and the system is very robust, and it helps you to do all the necessary calculations as long as you put quality RNA into the system. So just a summary of the things that we did, and yeah, these are just two works that we carried out for the different municipality, the Buffalo City and the Amatole district municipalities, and these are the primers that are used for the PCR works, including also for the lineages of mutants detection, and the quantitative microbial risk assessment, which of course were carried out by the standard procedure as spelled out or described as Dignitary et al. 2020. And yeah, the key findings, now I'll finish in 5 minutes. The key findings are pretty straightforward. Yeah, this is your, okay. I don't know. Well, this is what comes out by the time you finish your run. You know, the PCR machine summarizes this data, and you can put it, you can export it as an Excel, and then do the necessary calculations that you need to do to get your quantitative data, and get the average genome copy numbers of the viruses.
I don't know why. Why is it behaving like this? Okay, quickly, yeah. So quickly, for the Buffalo City municipality, this is what the result looks like, and we have average barrel load in the order of 10 raised power 3 to 10 raised power 4, copy number per mil per week. And in this particular area, you see these high levels, high barrel load was characterized as a result of the Delta variant, which induced the third wave of COVID when we look at the probability of infections, we'll the probability of infection was significantly different with respect to the different seasons, as well as different volumetric scenario. And this is for the Amatole area, where the load also was in the region of 10 to the power 3 to 10 to the power 4. And on this, and look at this, in this particular case, unfortunately, the season did not affect probability of infection as it was in the previous case, but you have similar response with respect to the volumetric scenarios. So it will appear as if the more, in terms of volume of exposure, the being infected. And the beautiful thing about this WBE that we mentioned before is that it's able to relate between between the wastewater data as well as the clinical. And you can see that there appears to be some correlation, between the clinical as well as the wastewater. And this is another work, that is our work, which is currently in press. And this is another work by some guys, and you can see a very good correlation also between clinical data as well as wastewater data. And yet another work in close one, also establishing good relationship between clinical data as well as the wastewater data. So, reliable tool to use to complement clinical data. And this gives you also an idea of what is circulating, the particular variants that are causing the waves. And in this particular study, we saw that the third wave was caused by the Delta, that lineage, and the caused by Omicron, that lineage, and the fifth wave was caused by another Omicron lineage. And this is just the kind of relative proportion of the lineages that were detected. Now, this is one very important study from a Nature paper was published in 2023. And in this study, you can see there is the prevalence, and you can see it compares with the clinical prevalence. But one thing that it did not do is that you can see these lineages that you have here, some lineages that you have here, you do not have them in clinical. Okay? So the wastewater was able to pick some of those lineages that were not detected from clinical samples. So wastewater sequencing analysis also revealed the presence of multiple lineages that were not detected in clinical surveillance. And so, according to Angulo et al., they did report that despite the global clinical surveillance for COVID-19, challenges of asymptomatic individuals and those with very mild symptoms that will not be identified, and coupled with the contacts not traced, a large part of the real transmission could be potentially missed in clinical surveillance. And this reaffirms the importance, therefore, of wastewater-based epidemiology as a credible alternative or a support to clinical, complement to clinical surveillance. So, in conclusion, yes, wastewater surveillance enables the detection of the presence of pathogens in a population, often preceding clinical care, allowing for timely public health interventions or countermeasures. Wastewater monitoring offers a more inclusive perspective, capturing data from asymptomatic individuals unknowingly contribute to pathogen transmission. And this approach aids in assessing the true extent of the outbreak and refining the health strategy. Overall, wastewater surveillance is pivotal in proactive and target disease management, offering a cost-effective and scalable means of monitoring responding to infectious diseases as a complement to clinical surveillance. In addition to infectious diseases,
wastewater also be conveniently applied to the toxins and substances abused and misused in community. And of course, we are currently concentrating in our lab, and we welcome collaborators to join us in this initiative. So special thanks to our funders, and special thanks to these wonderful students, and in particular, these four, Dr. Chrisley Eboma, Dr. Luyanda Mtolo, Dr. Velisa Gonkwe, and Dr. Okule Mayoyo. These are the postdocs that are currently working and supporting this study. So thank you very much.
Please, can we give Professor Anthony another wonderful round of applause? I will now hand over to the LOC chairman for the next things to be done.
Thank you. Can we put our hand together once again for the last speaker? And Dr. Sam Onka, that has been the de facto MC since morning. Can we put our hand together for him? Before we will be asked to stand up and do head, leg, and toe again, before we do knee from knee to do, by the time you do this 20 times, you will be tired. I think, really, even though we have one more, but this is a convenient place to stop today. And tomorrow morning on our program, we set breakout sections. We're supposed to take the third plenary, which should come from AATF, but I've pleaded with them that we will shift it to tomorrow morning. First 45 minutes, if you come late, you miss it. And then after that, we will announce the locations for the plenary and then how you get there. If you are among those that will be in here, you don't need to move. But those that will move, everything is within the institute here. The other two, one is in Biotech Complex, one is in our old admin block, then two in our extension building. Those in the extension building will make vehicle available for you. Once we take that first plenary to quickly move you to those locations. We want to see how we will maximize tomorrow. I think BSN NEC, maybe this should be the least we should have in terms of abstract. We have over 160 people that have registered, and many of them are actually around. They have been ticked in one way or the other. That means they are ready to present. And if somebody is coming from all the way from west, or from north, or from even the east, I don't want a situation you start 2 minutes, say you have just 2 minutes. We want to give everybody enough time, and that's why we are using 5 breakout sections for tomorrow. The next thing we'll do now is I will close now, and our ED has graciously arranged special cocktail to welcome us officially, and that will take place at his official residence somewhere here. It's a trackable distance. And just before we go there, there's one assignment for the president of BSN and his team and all her visitors to do. And that assignment, we ought to have done it in the beginning of this program. Our product development program had prepared root and tuber crop cake. Do you see this cake? It's uniquely made. So the president and the VIPs will come and cut this cake. And we will take it. It will become part of our cocktail as we go. So, dear President, can you step forward, ma? My ED, I don't know how we do this. The table is high. Anywhere the president goes, you will go. Oh, yeah, President, follow up. The cake is called NRCRI Umudike. This is the cutlass to cut this cake. So, I will invite the executive director. I will invite the DG NABDA. I invite the AATF. I invite our keynote speaker. I invite ITA. I invite the BOT. And, Madam, the president said there is a special category, the new fellows. Can we put our hands together for them? The treasurer of BSN, you will come. Oh, sure, you see, I like you since the day I met you. Just come. You will tell them whether na BSN you go spare for them to cut the cake. It's in your hand. And you want them to spare Biotechnology Society of Nigeria.
All right. Yeah, so those of you at the extreme, you can just stretch out your hands. Yes, yes. Yes. Don't break the link, please. Just touch somebody so that you are connected to the cake. Yes. All right, so we're not going to take time. He has already given us expo. So you just spell BSN. This one is codon, BSN. So it is just 3 letters. All right. At the spelling of BSN, you cut the cake. So give me a B. S. N. BSN. Congratulations to all of us. Congratulations to the new fellows. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the dancing time, Rajana, don't worry, I trust you. There's dancing time. Once we get to the feed now, there will be room for dancing. You can be sure of that. Okay, with that, I want to thank everyone for being part of this first day. It has been very, very wonderful, tedious, challenging, but very productive. If you were the one that looked for opportunity like me, you would have noticed one of the last slides of Professor Anthony Oko. Under it, he said, "We welcome he that has ear, let him hear." That is all that this conference is all about. Your promotion is there, but your publications, but networking and collaboration. So as you go there, don't stick to those that you came from the same institute to with. Look for people that you can start collaborating with. As you ask, whether it's whiskey, I don't know what they have, or whether it's cassava bread, as you are eating it, make sure you collaborate. God bless you. Can we rise as we close for today?
Okay. In the name of the Father, and Son, and Holy Spirit, Father, we thank you for a very successful opening ceremony and successful plenary sessions. We glorify your name. We thank you, Lord. We are about to depart for another function, for a cocktail. Father, we ask that the Holy Spirit leads us to wherever we're going to, and that we will have a successful cocktail as well, and that all that we have achieved today, we give glory and honor to your name. Thank you.